Hello friends, who's ready for some Overwatch? Berkeley Stevens here alongside Chase Newcomb. As always, we'll be guiding you through the first match of the night for the stream, and we're headed all the way up in the Legends East Division for Rensselaer Polytechnic versus Converse University. So sit back, relax, get ready for an action-packed first to three series of incredibly high-ranked Overwatch 2. Chase, to start things off, what do you think will be the key to victory tonight for these teams? Is it going to be a matter of raw talent, or do you think compositions and strategy are going to play a bigger factor?
Berkeley, great question. I think if you are at the Legends division, you've got the raw talent already. It's in your bones, in your blood. It's going to come down to strategy, communication, and which team is more adaptive. In my opinion, depending on, will determine who is going to win this series. Now, as we know, you can go into these matches with a plan, Berkeley, but what is going to be definitive for these teams is what happens when things don't go according to plan. And Overwatch can be a very back and forth game where you are picking one comp, it's working for maybe a couple of rounds, and then it's countered. Now you have to find a new comp. So whatever team is quickest on their feet, I would say, is going to take this match tonight.
Yeah, Chase, without a doubt, Overwatch is not one of those games where you can put all your eggs into one basket, at least not since like the GOATS meta where there's just one viable thing and your plan B really doesn't matter because it doesn't come out. Plan Bs come out all the time on this current patch, so let's go ahead and take a look at the RPI roster to see who's going to be starting for their Plan A tonight. Chase, why don't you rattle this one off?
Oh, I'm thrilled to be talking about the RPI roster. We have Tevitron, Botboy, Webslinger, Z-Hobo, and Shupak. Now, Berkeley, tell me, run me through what we have over on the side of Converse University.
Well, Converse, they come into this one with a 1-1 record. They 3-0 Delaware Academy and lost 0-3 to Redbirds. They suffered the same fate as everyone against them, so no hard feelings there. Kicking their roster off is going to be Hammer, Still Kiwi, Orion, Garchomp, and Quicks. Now, RPI, they also played Redbirds and they lost 0-3, so Chase, we really don't know how these two teams are going to stack up. In the fall, Converse had a much better season, but RPI has had months to adjust, so we'll see if they can bring their A game and stick it to one of the better teams from the fall in just their second game of the season this spring.
You bring up months to adjust, Berkeley, but RPI has also had a couple weeks to adjust as they had a bye last week. Converse is going into this match 1-1, where RPI is going into this match 0-1, and hopefully they learned something from their Redbirds match in the first week of the season.
Hopefully they did. I mean, Redbirds is always just the teacher that everyone hates to take the class from, but you can learn so much from Redbird Esports, as everyone who follows the collegiate scene knows. Things have changed here in the spring semester. We're no longer doing set map pools. We're on a pick ban system. Oasis was the first control map that was banned, and we're headed to Nepal first. Chase, what do you think we're going to see?
Oh, in Nepal, we are likely to see some Symmetra at this high of a level, Berkeley. But, you know, we made some predictions last week over in the Champions and Challengers divisions, and we were just completely off course. Honestly, it's going to be a determinant on what composition these teams are strong with, and that may be a different composition than what they decide to pull out in payload. This is a completely different map style on control, and they may be looking to lock down a point rather than push a payload. Looking at both teams, it looks like I was inevitably wrong, Berkeley. We do see some Cole Cassidy on the map. We got some May, and Orion actually going to pull out the Brigette for this first point.
Yeah, Brigette, one of the heroes that benefited a ton from the last patch, but no surprise there, Orion does switch over to the Baptiste just to mess with you a little bit there, Chase. But one thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of Cassidy tonight. Garchomp on the side of Converse, Webslinger on the side of RPI. The doors are open. We are underway here for Nepal, point number 1.
It's an expectation to see Cole Cassidy at this high of a level, especially since his changes, Berkeley. I think that hero adds a ton of value to whoever's playing it, as long as they're able to dink those headshots.
And one thing that is different between these compositions, Converse, they're running Hammer on the May, so they're going to have these walls. Hammer already having to retreat, though, in a ton of trouble as RPI looked like they were going to be heavily threatening to close in right there, but luckily Hammer was able to get away, stay out of the action for a moment, and now this is where the action really starts. Contesting this opening point here on Sanctum, not an easy task. We almost never see it contested until a team is wiped, but we're going right into it now. Tevitron pays with his life, trying to go straight to the objective, and just swung through by Quicks. Converse taking the objective first.
Yeah, notice Quicks and Tevitron's duel on the far end of point, near the area where you're able to go underneath the point. Very smart play from Shupak, trying to get some positioning and look for a boop. Unfortunately, unable to find it. Converse will take that first point and put themselves in a pretty good position, Berkeley, as they're also winning this ult economy battle. Orion already has Baptiste Field online, so I'm eager to see if that will determine the flow, really, of this first point.
Yeah, I'm wondering here. Both Ant Matrixes come out. Tevatron has the Fire Strike to combo with his end. The Fire Strike scorches Hammer, but Quix lays down a slam. Euphoria in the front line as Quix swings for the fences and comes up with a quad.
My. What great positioning from Quix. That's a great Reinhardt player. Berkeley, you and I, being former Reinhardt mains, we know positioning is everything with this hero. And being able to stop your charges now in Overwatch 2 adds so much value for being able to get in, get those kills like we just saw from Quix.
We'll see if he remains aggressive. Looks like he's right in the front door here for this next upcoming fight.
Oh my.
Sneaky guard chop here. The Deadeye finds a pair, fanning the Hammer, trying for more. And the front line for Converse stands so strong so far, Chase.
That was a cheeky play from Garchomp, hiding in the corner, waiting for the Deadeye to pop it as soon as everyone ran through. With that being said though, Berkeley, Converse has done a fantastic job of offsetting and using as minimal ults as possible to keep their econ up. That's going to be RPI now using everything to get into point, but that's going to be Hammer in the backline throwing down the Blizzard, stopping the Riptire and freezing Orion in place.
Nice little slam there from Tevatron. Is it going to be enough? They're not able to find any eliminations off of it. RPI still having to backpedal. Quix, another Fire Strike that scorches Z-Hobo, and it is a 100-0 sweep to start things here for Converse.
What a series we're going to have on our hands as well, Berkeley. That was a masterclass in positioning. I mentioned a bit at the beginning of the series how pivotal positioning will be in determining the success of these teams, and Converse doing a great job of finding flanks where necessary, as well as utilizing the abilities that they have at their disposal to shut down RPI completely. They didn't even let them get to point in both of those defenses that they held. Converse looking to be a very strong team going into the set.
Yeah, utilizing their resources like you were just saying, that was what they did to a perfect T. If you're trying to scout Converse, well, in the first fight, they used a Shatter and an Ant Matrix. Second fight, they flanked with a Deadeye. Third fight, they flanked with a Maywall and a Blizzard. This team always knows what trick to have up their sleeve, and they know how to play that hand perfectly.
Thus far, from what we've seen, Berkeley, but anything can change in these series, and like I said, maybe RPI is considering what adaptive changes they need to make for a transformational experience in winning this game. That's going to be Converse Maywalled off of point. RPI looking for a couple of kills. That's going to be Quix in the corner, swinging as much as possible. The Immortality Field utilized by RPI. Tevatron will find 2 kills. It's going to be a regroup for Converse.
And RPI changed one thing about their composition. They slapped on a Mei, Botboy now playing Mei, and immediately it worked for them. They mirror Converse's composition, and now they've gotten the point for the first time in the match.
Mei gets a lot of hate in Overwatch, maybe more so in Overwatch 1 than 2, but Berkeley, I think that Mei is one of the best, if not the best, DPS hero in Overwatch 2, for the sole fact that you have a pseudo tank in a meta where you only have one tank. These walls, as we've seen so far in this series, have provided so much value for these teams.
Yeah, she's like a necessary evil. Oh, Hammer trying to throw at the Blizzard actually went down before that was able to land. No Blizzard for Converse, and now they already have to start backpedaling. This fight is a wash, and they know it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shupak going for the boop, but gonna find the kill off of the secondary fire almost immediately. RPI sitting comfortable on point now with 50%, and they have the sound barrier. They have the Earth Shatter to use at their disposal. Converse is gonna have to dry hot fight for a minute. Sure, they have the amplification matrix, but I'm not sure that will be enough for them.
Yeah, losing that Blizzard last fight was crucial. Now they're going to have to go into one with really nothing to defend themselves with. And once again, it's going to be a quick fight. Just wipe your hands clean of it. Converse has to come right into the next fight. Quix needs to charge up this Shatter. Garchomp needs another big Deadeye. Somehow they have to get this objective back in their hands.
I'm not sure what the play is going to be called here, but they have about 10 seconds to figure it out. You're absolutely right, utilizing the Blizzard when they did. Very unfortunate. We're going to see the Deadeye popped up top from RPI's Webslinger, looking to separate the rest of the roster. Tevatron going for a really nice charge kill. Not going to find it in the corner, but instead going to find a massive Earth Shatter, taking out 3 and securing the second point for RPI.
That is how you answer RPI. You put on Converse's comp and you sweep round 2. So far, we've had a sweep in round 1 and round 2, Chase. This one, usually we call barn burners when it's 99-99 and it goes to overtime, but a sweep and then a sweep for the other team, that sets the stage for something great in round 3.
It also goes to show you, Berkeley, how volatile control can be. Once you have control of the point, it is at this level, it is very difficult to give it up if you have the coordination and positioning that RPI and Converse is showing us this evening.
Yeah, and just one little mistake, like losing one ultimate like Hammer's Blizzard, that can cost you the whole round, even if it happens 40% of the way through the round. At
Absolutely.
Legends Division, you just can't afford to make those kind of mistakes.
You have to think of it in the vein as well. When you're in these other game modes, you have minutes upon minutes to take payload and push it. We're going on 100% timers here, so that's about a minute and a half total that they just have to hold these points.
Converse is able to avoid the Maywall that time. Both Lucios fall. They'll be getting back into the fight pretty quickly. Right now, RPI holds the point, but Converse, they want to sweep their way in from the low ground. Tevatron knocked awfully low, supported well by Z-Hobo, and a little bit of breathing room for now as RPI hold the objective for just a moment here before things get back underway.
Yeah, they're trying to make their way into point, and I like these very small back and forth skirmishes, Berkeley. It's not working out to RPI's advantage because Converse had the positioning, but they were looking to get a pick, right? And if you'll notice very carefully on how these players are playing, they're playing around the natural structures in these points almost to a T. And that's because playing what we call in collegiate Overwatch line of sight, if you're at this level, you should know what line of sight is, but playing around LOS, line of sight, utilizing the natural cover to your ability and not relying solely on your tank will set you up for victory in these fights.
Yeah, sometimes you can prop up a Maywall to give you a little bit of extra cover if you're not behind the shield, but going into this fight, Converse leading the way, and it's Hammer doing the heavy lifting. 4 kills in this fight as the Hanzo walks Converse in, and they take the objective.
Yeah, you weren't quite able to see based on how we were moving around point there, but Hammer on Hanzo, arguably having as much of an effect as Webslinger on this Cole Cassidy. Hanzo can have so much value if you hit just one headshot, fully charged arrow, that can get immediate kills, and when you're at this division, Berkeley, you're less likely to miss than what you would be at Navigators or Emergence.
Shatter comes in, that one gets blocked by a Quick's Dragon Strike from the left side. They have an Ant Matrix on the right. Not a lot of safe room for RPI to stand, but they're making it work. We've got a 3 versus 3 right now. Tevatron is still alive, while Quick's is not. RPI has a tank in the fray. Converse has to get this done without a big hero to take that space back. And right now, Tevatron, this is when you get aggressive. You've got a Lucio on your side, and this is where you have to just take the fight to Converse, but still Kiwi doesn't make it easy. Drops the sound barrier to keep everyone on Converse alive, and reinforcements have arrived. Quicks is back. Garchomp is popping off. They have a Shatter if they need it, but they don't.
Wow, and that's also a big differential between this division and other divisions, Berkeley. Converse University was able to hold that point with just 2 to 3 members on their roster alive. Being able to play around the resources you have at your disposal, like you mentioned earlier, Berkeley, you can take out 5-man rosters as they're pushing in. That's what Converse did to keep RPI off point. They used still Kiwi's sound barrier to keep them alive in time for Quicks to come back, get a couple of kills, and send RPI packing.
No real mistakes so far in this round for either team. Round 3 has definitely been more exciting than 1 and 2. Who's gonna win it out here? RPI making a stay. 2 picks early in this fight. It seems like they've got it, but this is just how the last fight started. Converse love to hang around for a long time, but here they're gonna have to reset.
It looked like, as well, the strategy of Orion and still Kiwi on Converse was to just stall off point, which is a beautiful strategy at this time in the game. They're at 92%. They were probably pushing for that 99, but realistically, if Converse retakes here, Berkeley, that could be this map in their favor.
Yeah, they're threatening to do it. They have a Dragon Strike, they have the Ant Matrix again. RPI, they've got a very similar alt economy as well. Dragon Strike's gonna lead us off here on the backside of the objective. RPI, they're in some trouble. Webslinger couldn't get out of it. Hammer goes down though. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Garchomp comes alive with that kill onto Z-Hobo. They've got to find more. They need it fast. Right now it's Converse. They're making the legwork. And it looks like, Nuke, they're gonna have this point for just 8 seconds. Does RPI have enough time to get back?
I don't think so, Berkeley. They're going to need a miracle and a half to get back in the next 4 seconds. If they do, it's going to be a fight for a second. Wow! As I say that, we see the dash from Webslinger swapping over to Genji. That's going to be Converse now defending point against RPI. If RPI takes this, Berkeley, that will be their map.
Great stuff there by Webslinger to get right onto the point in the nick of time, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Overtime burns down, and Converse lead the game 1-0.
That last point was an absolute slobber knocker, back and forth, Berkeley. I was not expecting RPI to put up the fight they did, but that makes me extremely invigorated for this series. Quicks with the play of the game.
I think this is going to be on point 1, and it is. This is right at the start here. This was beautiful stuff in the front line, laying it down, everything done up in the front line. Garchomp rolls in for support. I mean, Converse in round 1 looked like a world beater, and then RPI answered so well in rounds 2 and 3. I think we're going to have a very close series on our hand if Nepal tells us anything.
I think so too, Berkeley. However, we could see a very different payload map. The way that Legends Division works is it can be an absolute showstopper, or we can go back and forth. It seemed like at the beginning of this series, it was leaning more towards Converse for, being and having the advantage. But as we went further throughout, RPI showed that they could hang.
Yeah, and what I like about the pick ban system, opposed to the set map pools that we've had for the previous 5 semesters of NECC, is that I feel like it gives the loser a much better chance of winning the next map. You can go in, pick the best map that suits your team's strengths, and I think we're going to have a lot more 4 or 5 map series than we're used to in the past previous semesters.
I certainly hope so. That's the definition of competitive integrity. That's the reason why we're here and why we have the divisional model in the NECC. But once you hit the very top 1%, like we're in right now in the Legends division, even a fraction of a percent is going to make all of the difference in these games.
Yeah, everyone in this lobby is a grandmaster, so by no means could I or any team I was ever on hang in this game, and I feel like I was on some decent ones, but Legends Division, I mean, that is just darn near top tier esports. We know what Redbirds can do. They basically went out in contenders at like a professional level, and a lot of these teams are just a notch below that. I think Redbirds lost a couple of maps in the fall, so a lot of these teams can hang at the highest level of Overwatch.
Absolutely. Now, going into the next map, Berkeley, we're going to have a hybrid map. Out of Blizzard World, Numbani, Kings Row, Midtown, and Pariso, where do you anticipate we'll be headed?
I have no idea. We haven't really seen too much from these teams. We've just seen the Reinhardt-made Death Ball composition. So if Kings Row doesn't get banned, I kind of think that's where we end up. If it does, maybe Blizzard World, but if Kings Row gets banned, I honestly have no clue. What are your thoughts?
See, my thoughts are Converse is 1 game up. So at this point, they want to play the card that is working for them because they don't want to pull out any other strategies if they have to, right? That's sort of a back pocket resource that they have, and maybe throwing out a monkey comp that they've been practicing. They don't want to do that until they're put on the back foot. So they picked something that played to their advantage, which was this May Reinhardt composition. So with that being said, Berkeley, I actually think inadvertently you hit the nail on the head. I think they go to Kings Row or they go to Blizzard World, and they force that.
And we just got word from production that is what happened. So Converse banned Numbani. That would have been the dive comp map that they're avoiding, and we head to Kings Row. So I would imagine Converse goes right back at it with the May Reinhardt Lucio BAP comp that we just saw, and it worked great for them. Nuke, that was a really good point you made, and you honestly just called your shot, pointed to center field like Babe Ruth, and you hit it out.
I don't miss, Berkeley. If you've known anything casting with me for 6 semesters, it's that Nuke doesn't miss.
Nuke does not miss. Nuke knows college esports like nobody else. So heading into Kings Row, do you think RPI tried to shake up the Death Ball at all, or do you think Kings Row is one of those maps where you really can't deviate from it on this patch?
I think RPI needs to make slight changes. I don't think they need to make entire changes to their whole composition, but maybe put someone on Kiriko. See if that makes a huge difference. We're going to see, though, as we head straight into King's Row, we're going around side the Mandata statue and the Alderworth Hotel, getting a beautiful shot of the map. Speaking of which, shout out to our production team. We got Hippie and Bryce on the back end, bringing you the action from the camera and the PC's perspective.
How about daytime King's Row? I mean, it's just such a
It's
nice
odd.
little sight. We're used to the cool lighting here, but it just feels right to have this map right at sundown.
Yeah, it seems, I don't know, it still doesn't seem right. I also would like more, I don't know, give me, instead of day and night, give me early morning sunrise and twilight. That's what I want.
I feel like this is close to that sort of lighting. I mean, it's by no means like high noon, but look at that. The Observer just giving us a shot of the sun. I think it's around like 9:15 in the morning.
PM? Okay. I was going to say, what? Maybe 9:15 in the morning is accurate here. Something that we're not seeing here, Berkeley, that you might see at other divisions is a Widowmaker. I'm surprised neither side opted for that early Widow pick.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time in these higher ranked divisions, you can trust a player to go for that headshot pick early. Yeah, a little bit of a shocker that we don't see it here. Hammer on the side of Converse playing Junkrat. RPI sticking with the May Reinhardt composition, not deviating from it, and stepping up into the front line on the Alderworth corner, looking for a May wall here, but Converse really isn't overstepping. They're not giving Botboy any good looks at this wall.
Yeah, Converse making the smart decision of picking May on this first round defense. This wall has so much value. You can block off so much. I'm actually surprised they were able to just block off Converse. Converse really did nothing about it. Converse realizing they're slipping on this point, and they're going to back up. That's exactly the difference between having a May and a Junkrat, right? Hammer had a lot of value on that Junkrat in the first point by getting percentage, but there was no kills effectively for Converse that swayed that fight in their favor. Botboy didn't need to get the kills to have the same value. Throwing up that May wall was enough to push Converse off point.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see Hammer on the Junkrat here, especially on King's Row, where the choke points are way tighter than the ones we see on the ball, so you would imagine the May wall is more effective, more necessary, but we'll see what Hammer can do here with the Rip Tire. Luckily for Converse, they have that ultimate online early. Hammer comes alive with the first kill of this fight. RPI having to backpedal under the archway. Hammer gets another one onto Shoepock there. And right now, Converse gets a hold. Streets phase, I think, is where their composition might shine the most out of any of the 3 points.
Now, Berkeley, I'm a little bit of an old man, so you might need to remind me which match it was, but we casted a match just in the past couple weeks, I believe it was week 1, where there was a full hold directly underneath this overpass. And that's what you can determine at this high level of Overwatch, is getting through, whether or not you're able to get through this area. We're seeing a lot of coordination from RPI as they drop down underneath the overpass. They drop the blizzard. We're going to see an Earth Shatter in retaliation. We're seeing Deadeyes back and forth, dropping ultimates left and right, but it's seeming Converse is coming out on top.
Yeah, that was a hard one to follow, but when that Earth Shatter landed, I saw stars over 4 out of 5 players' heads on RPI up in the HUD, so you know that Quicks landed that thing, and they had the resources to pile on with it. Converse, they spent pretty much everything in their bank, but luckily Quicks was able to hit that Shatter and hit it big.
Well, Converse spent quite a bit in their bank. RPI, however, still has the Earth Shatter, and that's what Tevatron's looking for. Finds not one person on the team, though, is that Maywall from Botboy, who will save the rest of, or unfortunately block Tevatron's Earth Shatter. I was confused there for a second. Wow, that will send Converse backwards, though, as they realize, you know, maybe we need to regroup.
Looks like there's going to be no archway hold here, and I think that game was Fresno State versus University of Oregon, another Legends Division game, that one in Legends West. But yeah, not going to happen today. Headed toward the end of Streets phase. Webslinger goes down to spam damage there. Converse should have an easy time cleaning up this fight. RPI has no ults to defend themselves, and they speed boost straight out of town.
Just notice as we're watching as well how fast these teams are regrouping regrouping, setting up, and getting into position. There's no side talk. There's no, oh, well, what if I just wall ride and mess around? No, they are serious, they are to the point, and they are getting the job done. Amplification Matrix dropped from Orion, trying to find a pick onto Tevatron. That's going to be Quicks with a double Earth Strike kill. Fire Strike kill, that is going to hurt in the backline, sending RPI back to the spawn room and giving Quicks that necessary Earth Shatter that they're going to set up for.
This is some sneaky stuff. This is what Converse does. If they have a chance to set up a fight where you can't see them, they are going for some cheeky flank play every single time. Get ready for Quicks to lay it down. Hopefully RPI are going to see that there's no Ryan in the front line. Oh, but they don't. 3 get stunned. Luckily the immortality field is there, but it matters not. The Deadeye cleans house in the back line.
That's what you get for being creative. We try and see all too much of players going for these scripted kills or trying to play around the front line. I love the strategy from RPI from being a sneaky snake, getting in the back line, slithering in and RKOing where necessary to find those weak spots in RPI's regrouping. Converse doing a great job of staying on top here and holding the defense.
Yeah, it's risk and reward, right? And so far, it's paid off huge for Converse. Starting this next fight, Ant Matrix opens it up here. That's going to get Converse to backpedal a full corner. So now RPI, they made some space with that ult. They don't survive the Riptire clean. Shupak goes down. And I believe it was as he was casting the sound barrier. So RPI, again, it's one of those fights where an ultimate is blundered just a fraction of a second too late. They want to swing it back, though. They still have a frontline presence. Tevatron has a shatter if he's able to send it, and he does. 2 squishies get down. Orion and Hammer are felled, and here we still have RPI standing tall.
Yeah, that was Garchomp able to take out Z-Hobo, though. They're only going to have Shupak right now. Shupak making a play in the backline for Garchomp and going to fall to a headshot. Oh my, you do not want to be on the other side of that Peacekeeper when those shots are taken, Berkeley.
Yeah, Shupak going down right there is going to be crucial. RPI, I don't think they can get this done going up against a frontline with a BAP and a Lucio. This Reinhardt can just run straight at you. RPI do choose the wiser, and they back off. Garchomp just clutched that for Converse.
Absolutely, it staggered them just enough for them to regroup. Seeing the sound barrier pop, that's the immortality field, and that's a valuable resource RPI had to dispose. Botboy, we just noticed, switched over to the Soldier 76, but they're finding pick after pick in the front line between Still Kiwi, Garchomp, and Quicks. Converse looking like they're gonna hold before RPI is able to hit the second point with High Noon and Earth Shatter still in the bank.
Man, Converse is cooking right now. I mean, that Garchomp clutch, that was what that whole round came down to, was that last pick there, just on the flank. Garchomp able to live for just long enough and find one on the way out. Clutched it for Converse. The entire defense was able to set back up in a strong spot on Streets phase, and RPI couldn't quite get back in time to get in clean to the fight that they wanted.
It is so rare, Berkeley, that we see these clean of fights where there's a clear cut beginning, middle, and end. If we have seen a stagger so far in this game, it has been such a minuscule stagger, and that's what I love about these teams, right, Berkeley? They know when they need to get in, and they know when they need to get out. A beautiful example of that was when they dropped the amplification matrix on the corner, and they just backed up to the other corner, completely out of line of sight of that matrix.
Yeah, I mean, teams in Legends are just incredible at just backing up. They know how to respect space from ultimates, and they are fine with just hitting a speed boost, going around the next corner, and just giving up a little bit of space. As long as it doesn't give up the point, it doesn't matter. You can concede space all day long on a map as long as you're not giving up the actual objective that matters.
Exactly, and while we're not seeing a Widowmaker, Hammer will be making the swap over to Hanzo, looking for a cheeky first pick. Not gonna find it, but Hanzo's still a great pick, whereas if you pick Widow here, you're more than likely switching off after you take this first point. I guess you can carry it throughout the map. Hanzo, just overall, in my opinion, the better pick.
Yeah, we'll see if Hammer can get to work. He was lacing bullseyes on Nepal for the 1 point that he played Hanzo. We're going to see if the RPI Maywall from Bot Boy is going to be a big issue for the Converse attack. If it splits them off, maybe Converse go back over to a May quickly. Hammer does go down up top, so already you're scratching your head a little bit on the Hanzo pick. And immediately RPI goes hyper aggressive, just throwing everything into the front line. Shupak goes down though. They're able to kill quick, so it looks like RPI should still have a handle on this fight, having removed the Converse tank.
RPI hit the pedal to the metal because they did get the pick early on Hammer, and that was all green lights for the team, no matter how separated they were, to get around that Mondada fountain and do as much damage as possible. Shupak leading the charge the last time. However, it's going to bite them in the butt a little bit here, as we are going to see the Maywall dropped from Bopboy, as well as the Amplification Matrix and Immortality Field for RPI to take this point. Great positioning overall from this team, getting in, calling these targets, and following up where necessary to be a cohesive unit in this defense.
Yeah, and the Maywall didn't make a ton of difference in the first fight. It was the pick on Hammer that got it started. But in that second fight, they rotated into the Alderwood Hotel. They kept the fight tight. They put up a Maywall, and Quicks had no chance of living. Still, Converse hasn't put on a May of their own. Hammer swapped over to the Junkrat instead. Tevatron has the Shatter, wants to lay it down. Looks like a kid in a candy store just eyeing up the Converse offense. Flanks around the statue, stuns 3. Can they get these kills? They find Orion. They're hungry for more. There's blood in the water. Quicks goes down as well, and RPI continue to hold strong.
I think that's the most awkward amplification matrix I've ever seen. Was that just set up on the Maywall? Is that why that was so high up?
Yeah, it must have been. Just a little bit off sync
odd
there. Just Maywalled up the Ant Matrix.
Well, what was silly to me was Tevatron jumped to get that fire strike through the wall, and it ended up getting a kill. But it's just still an awkward push nonetheless. We're going to see the Blizzard now popped as well from Bopboy, and that's going to shut down and freeze any push coming through from Converse. However, Converse is going to look to regroup fast, Berkeley, because they got 3 ultimates online. They'll need to make use of them quick.
Yeah, they still want it. Quick lays it down in the back line. That stuns 3, but he's pinned all the way up front. Quicks actually goes down to Tevatron, who with a charge makes all the space in the world. Converse, once again, they have to back off. They wanted to take that fight incredibly fast, and it bit them. Now they just have 60 seconds left to get this first point.
Yeah, this is much more of a boxing match than what we anticipated, Berkeley. The feigning of these throws and backing up, being able to throw these punches hard and know when to throw your punches is coming effective. Garchomp with a Deadeye kill. Hammer's going to respond with a kill on Webslinger before Webslinger gets the kill on Garchomp. It's 50-50 back and forth, and if Converse wants to take the point, they have to position themselves now to do it before RPI regains their defense in full force.
Yeah, Converse has the spawns here despite being down 1 after that fight. Tevatron shatters there just to make some space. With Z-Hobo though, the Fire Strike and the damage from the BAP is able to find a couple kills. And now Converse, they've got to back off fast and get back in, hopefully for one more fight or it's all over.
I imagine the series will keep surprising us, Berkeley, but I gotta say I did not anticipate a full hold from RPI here. If they're able to pull it off, they've got to touch point. That's going to be Quicks touching with the Wrecking Ball.
Just in the nick of time, they get it. Hammer drops the hammer. The Riptire finds a pair. That could be what they need. They've got to get it done with the ball comp. Orion and Kiwi both get a pair of kills. And just at the buzzer nuke, there's going to be no full hold in this match. Converse finally awarded with the objective.
And that's the sort of accolade that bringing a new tank or a character to the table can do for your team, Berkeley. I don't think RPI was expecting the Wrecking Ball. They knew that they were going to have to get back to point quick and fight. But after you've had a Reinhardt in your face for 4 or 5 minutes, you're not expecting the Wrecking Ball to come through, get the knockup, and get a quick kill on your Baptiste. That's exactly what happened and how Converse was able to take the point. So I'd like to see a little bit more adaptive hero switching coming out from these teams. And if something's not working, just switch and try something new.
I'm a little surprised to still see the Wrecking Ball, but as long as they can make it work, why not? Don't reinvent the wheel here. Hammer doing all the heavy lifting right now with the Ant Matrix, gets 3 kills, and the Marty Dom finds Hobo.
Yeah, that Marty Dom can be dangerous if you're not ready for it, Berkeley.
Yeah, most annoying perk in Call of Duty 4. And here it is in Overwatch, causing some more headaches.
Speaking of headaches, Webslinger has this Deadeye. Yeah, speaking of headaches, Webslinger has this Deadeye and not afraid to use it. But that's going to be Garchomp pushing up and getting this Blizzard off to allow for more space. Because realistically, Converse does not need to make to the second point here, right, Berkeley? They just have to get it within meters of this point.
Yeah, just 7 more meters, in fact, until they have this map wrapped up. It looked like they were going to get full held, but the attackers came alive with a wrecking ball, thanks to Quicks getting on the point in a clutch fashion. Converse now lead the series 2-0. That one was a nail-biter. It had twists and turns all the way through, but Converse get the dub.
And literally flipping on its head in the last minute of the game, Berkeley. It just goes to show the effect that you can... staggering a team can have. That's exactly what Converse did. You gave them an inch, they continued with that inch, and they put you behind for the rest of the game.
And here we got Quicks going 2 for 2 in the match on play of the games. The main tank for Converse, the only tank for Converse, really stepping into the battle this game. Not afraid of anything on the side of RPI, pushing the aggression, and rewarded time after time. Nuke, what are your thoughts on Map 2 before we jump into a quick break?
Map 2 is beautiful, Berkeley. I love the back and forth that we're seeing today in both of these teams. RPI, although they're down 0-2, do not show it whatsoever on this field. They are going step for step, tit for tat against Converse, and I am thrilled to see whether the Janitor's coming in this game or we're going to see the Janitor come in after a couple more games in this series. Either way, Berkeley, we'll be back to find out what happens after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone. Alt Charge here alongside Nuclear, and this game is not disappointed. It's 2-0 right now. Converse is up, but last map on Kings Row was so interesting. New Converse, their attack looked like it was just in a slumber to start things off. They were getting full held, made their way onto the point in overtime, and they end up winning the entire map. Now they're on match point. Nuke, do you think RPI answer here as we head to Rialto next?
I think it's do or die time, Berkeley, and it's a matter of whether your team breaks or succeeds under pressure. If RPI is the type of team to say, yeah, we've learned from the first two maps, these are the changes we need to make going into the third, I think they could bring this back in a full reverse sweep fashion. However, if the mental is down after the first two games and they feel a little battered, Converse University might have this series in the bag.
And even if Converse do win, just as someone who casted this division a lot in the fall and actually had like a show that followed this division specifically, RPI won no games in the fall. They really weren't that competitive. This team looks transformed just over winter break. This is a totally different RPI than the RPI that was playing in the fall. This team has upped their level of competition tremendously, and I'm so happy to see that.
Oh yeah, the first two games have shown that tremendously. They may be 0-1 in record, and by the end of this series, they could be 0-2, but I don't think that this is a team that we don't catch in playoffs. I think this is a playoffs level team, and they're showing that they have it to be in the Legends division. They're scrapping hard, Berkeley.
They really are scrapping hard. I mean, we had 8 teams in Legends in the fall, expanding to 19 teams, more than doubling. And I think RPI is definitely in the top half of Legends, at least how they're playing in the first couple weeks. They faced Redbirds. They went 0-1. You know, can't really slight them too much for going 0-3 against Redbirds. Everyone does that. Converse even got 0-3'd by Redbirds. And now up against Converse, even though they're down 0-2, Converse in the fall was a fantastic team in this division, and RPI has hung with them on both maps so far.
Yeah, you mentioned Berkeley a little bit ago that Garchomp was one of the best Overwatch high school players in the nation on DPS, and when they came in last year they moved them to tank, and we saw Garchomp a bit ago on healer. Now Garchomp is back to the tank role, and I think that's a statement from Converse, Berkeley, saying, we're here, we're going to end this series, we want to go home, we want to get dinner, we are shutting and locking the door, the janitor's not coming in later, he's staying now, and we're getting this sweep.
I think Garchomp was actually the Cassidy. He was just, like, it wasn't DPS, tank, support. I think he was where Orion was, but I think he was playing deeps. But I was confused about that too, because in my notes I wrote him on support as well. But yeah, no, like you were saying, Converse want to end this. They're on the ball comp, they're playing Sombra Tracer, they're looking to get active.
They are, and notice, we're seeing a lot of changes going into this map on Rialto, Berkeley. Complete compositional changes on both sides.
Yeah, a ton. I mean, we're playing Dive Overwatch now. This is totally different than what we saw on Kings Row in Nepal, where it was Rhine comps every single point we played. Now, Converse knows that they just had a great round of Kings Row on Wrecking Ball that started in overtime, and they want to see if they can get that to work, designing a full comp around it.
And this is why I love the variety in dive compositions in Overwatch 2, Berkeley. You're running dive in Overwatch 1, and it is the same Tracer, Winston, Genji composition game to game. But here in Overwatch 2, we got a Wrecking Ball on one team, we got Sojourn filling the DPS role, we have an Ana on both sides, but we have Orion on the Zenyatta and Shupak over on the Kiriko. We're seeing a lot of variety in these compositions, and them both being a dive composition.
Yeah, tons of differences in these two teams. Converse right now, the ball comp looks just as good as it did on Kings Row, where they didn't lose a fight with it. I think now that they have their DPS and Orion designed around the Wrecking Ball, it's going to be so effective at just diving Z-Hobo like that. Hammer sticks the Pulse Bomb. Shupak is a little bit vulnerable without the Swift Step and the Cleanse, but honestly, this Converse comp, as long as they backpedal well and stay out of RPI's dive, they should respond faster every single fight.
I think so too, Berkeley. And notice, Garchomp is not on tank like we anticipated. Garchomp is going to be on the... Oh my gosh. Help me out here.
Sombra.
On the Sombra. How could I wanted to say... Apaganda las luces, which is turn off the lights. But on the Sombra will be Garchomp, and I'm telling you, that ultimate could be a huge game changer for this team.
Yeah, right now Converse hasn't had to stress too much. Oh, they're trapping Tevatron with the mines. That is some dirty play by Quicks. Just calling out Tevatron's dive and saying, you're not leaving, dude. You're stuck right here with me in my minefield.
Wow. That's very cheeky.
Man,
yeah,
I love how they set up too. Sorry to cut you off there, but high ground every
yeah.
time. Like, they're setting up this dive to just get on the back line without having to take any damage on their way in.
They are. And speaking of taking damage on the way in, that's going to be an EMP coming out from Garchomp and a quick slam from Quicks trying to find a couple of kills. They're going to find it in the fashion of both of the healers on the side of RPI, and that leaves RPI no chance but to regroup.
And this is definitely the best Converse has looked all night. I think we can all see it. We're 3 minutes into this game and the payload has only progressed 75 meters. For those of you good at some quick math, that's almost as much distance as it would take to round the bases in baseball.
Fun. You know,
oh, sticky. Nice cleanse. Shoe pop.
You know what else is fun? Having a full econ if you're RPI. Kitsune Rush has popped and they are moving in. This team realizes they need to make it through. That's going to be Orion with the Transcendence trying to keep the rest of the roster alive. Tevatron diving the backline once more. The Primal Rage was popped a little bit ago, so Tevatron not having that in the back pocket, but it's not going to matter as RPI is on their way to taking this point. What's that, though? That's a minefield on the payload. That could spell trouble for Converse.
And it's spread out so well. RPI has the Nano Blade that they can use. Orion's not alive, doesn't have the Transcendence anyway. RPI should be able to get this point, but it was a sloppy road to the finish line here on checkpoint number 1. And they finally get it 2.5 minutes back up on the clock. Converse still look like they're in control of this map, but now RPI, they've got a little more light in the lantern.
This is going to be a very long 2.5 minutes, Berkeley. They have got to make this time work for them. They got to stay on this payload, because if they get staggered once or twice, that's going to spell the end of this map for RPI. Converse setting up once more for their defense. And we're going to hear the Dragon Blade popped in the back line.
Yeah, Nano Blade comes out. No one on Converse stands a chance there without Transcendence. Webslinger cuts up Converse easily, and the payload keeps pushing.
Yeah, notice as well, we didn't mention it earlier, but Shupak also transitioning over to Brigitte instead of the Kiriko. Not sure if I agree with that, but hey, this is the Legends Division team. Maybe the thought process is we need to get quick healing off in the backline. Webslinger and Botboy aren't getting it enough. That's going to be an EMP, though, to set up for this fight. Converse retaliating quickly.
Yeah, the Sleep Dart and the EMP just catches the dive of RPI completely unaware. They weren't ready to take that much damage so fast. And this is where Rialto is one of the toughest maps in all of Overwatch. Crossing this bridge, you're going into a hotel that just gives the defenders a free high ground for the entire rotation to the objective. It's almost impossible to actually set up an attack from here. So Converse getting the stop is massive. I think they have complete control of the rest of the round.
I think they do too, Berkeley, because RPI is, with this dive composition, going to need to regroup and attack the backline, which is so hard to do when you're changing elevations, going up and in that hotel. Still Kiwi finding the pick on Webslinger, though, and that's going to be Hammer with Nano Boosted, looking for a couple of kills, running through the backline like a rhino. Horns out, taking out everyone on the way and sending RPI back to the bases. Berkeley, it's not looking too great for RPI.
No, it's not, and this is what losing control of the payload in this point of the map does. You just go into that high ground and it just feels like it's futile every single time. Right now, we don't even have Converse defending it. They're defending with their dive comp in the open space, closing those RPI members in the backline off completely. They do get Tevatron to the point for free, but now it's going to be a 1 versus 3. Can the Wrecking Ball do it? Has the support as reinforcements now, but it might be too little too late. Overtime's already burning.
And nothing's a bigger dopamine boost than falling low in your Resident Zenyatta popping the Transcendence. Unfortunately, that's also going to be an EMP followed up, an RPI hacked to death. with their last stand being Webslinger on point. Botboy may make it back, but RPI pushing up until the second point. Converse now has their win condition, Berkeley, and all they gotta do is hit the pedal to the metal and outdo RPI's push.
Yeah, I mean, RPI, it looked like they were going to get full health, and now they have a legit win condition, just like they did on King's Row. They nearly held Converse to the first point of King's Row. They just need another stellar defense here, and they've got this map in the bag. They're back in the series. But the boys in Periwinkle Blue, our blue team, Converse, looked so good on that dive comp for so long. I think they can get it together and win the match right here.
I think so too, Berkeley. It's gonna be a matter of their endurance in the series. They've stayed on top the whole time, but even one slight slip could send us in the other direction. You know, I would also say holding on King's Row, I think, is probably a little bit easier than holding on Rialto, in the sense that you got the May walls, you got the Rhine shields, you can just hold your corners. And they were able to first hold point for quite a while, but I feel they're going to have a little bit more of a challenge with Converse pushing through on this dive composition.
And Converse playing the Sombra, and maybe Hammer sticks to the Widowmaker. They're playing for picks onto squishies that RPI is just going to have a really tough time peeling for. Garchomp especially could close onto Z-Hobo on the Zen totally free, so somehow RPI has to defend their Zenyatta incredibly well against a very talented team.
And Zenyatta finds a lot of value in the orbs that Zen is able to throw out, and being hacked, Zen is a sitting duck. So all Garchomp has to do is find the hack, Hammer has to find the angle, and that could be the entire RPI backline. As we say that, Orion is going to find a pick on Webslinger to kick us off on this push.
Webslinger actually got hacked right there before Orion got that kill. Garchomp was just hanging out, not flank Sombra, just sticking with the team, waiting for Webslinger to pop out. Got the hack, and a 150 HP Tracer with no blinks available. That's dead meat.
Already, too, Converse pushing it further in this 1 minute than RPI did in the first 3 minutes entirely of this game. So it's showing a high promise for Converse going into the series. Ult economy is about the same on either side, but if Garchomp's able to rack up this EMP faster than RPI is able to get anything online, that's going to be a pretty interesting fight with Converse taking the lead.
RPI did do a great job there slowing that last fight down, getting a couple of picks and being able to set up the defense again, but now, how do you defend Z-Hobo? Shupak gets a little bit of peel in there, but Quicks comes in from the off angle and is able to finish the kill. Converse is at the advantage 5v4, make it 5v3, both supports now down for RPI. You've got to back up. You have one chance left at defending this point, and it's going to be with just a meter to go.
Yeah, and now RPI finds themselves between a sticky situation and a tough wall. Because if they make changes here, they're going to lose ult economy. But they may need to make changes in order to counter what Converse is throwing at them. So it's a tough situation to be stuck in. RPI have a couple of their support ultimates online. Will it make a difference?
Yeah, they don't continue the hold here on first, but Z-Hobo, you were talking about the value that Zen can bring. Zen is an insane glass cannon. We just saw Z-Hobo put it on display right there. But as I'm looking at the ult economy, RPI, they're getting low on resources. Converse has everything in their bank. And this is the part of the map where you need to set up a good defense if you're RPI. You've got to lock this down and use the strongest part of your map to the advantage. Right now, it's 4 versus 4. Botboy and Garchomp go down. Garchomp, I'm pretty sure, threw the translocator into the water, forgetting that he can't swim.
Yeah, Garchomp says I lagged school Wi-Fi. We'll see. That's going to be a nano boosted Hammer, dropping it down on the other team. Converse looking to continue to push their lead here, and doing so in a great fashion, as they're going to take 2 off the front line of RPI, and the rest of the back line is going to get hit with a massive EMP from Garchomp. This is Hammer. Look at this positioning in this hotel, Berkeley, on the far end of the hotel where it's very hard to see Hammer, but looking to find these angles is Converse is pushing RPI back through the point.
Yeah, Hammer's up there calling all RPI challengers to try and take that space back. Anyone that Hammer's able to draw up there is away from the payload. That helps Converse push. Botboy actually gets a very good pick there onto Quicks. I don't know if Converse can get this done at this stage in the map without their tank. RPI need to press this advantage, get a good fight, a clean one in, so they can set up their defense on next.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward Deadeye coming out from Hammer. And that's going to be Botboy throwing Bob in a very peculiar position over in the corner to get him as much range and sight as possible, because there's really nowhere to go from there, Berkeley. They're going to have to take an awkward angle to get away from Bob.
Oh, Shupak not afraid of our boy Hammer. The whip shot sends Hammer all the way back to spawn, and RPI, they know this is the part of the map they've got to defend with their life. The nano boost goes on to Garchomp. A little bit too late, though. Garchomp goes down to a flurry of headshots from Z-Hobo. Quickly traded out as Quicks is able to find that kill. 2.5 minutes left for Converse to get the job done, but I don't believe it's going to happen this fight.
Yeah, RPI was able to hold there, Berkeley, but it looked a little sloppy. They were able to find individual picks here and there. Converse, really, that's the first time this entire map that they've been stopped. Now, we are going to hear the Brigitte ult get popped. Brig's going to move in with the rally, trying to get the rest of the troops, and that's going to be a Transcendence to follow suit as well, hopefully stopping the payload as Quicks has made their way around and is pushing it as a one-man army.
Oh, Quick says it ends right here, right now. Z-Hobo trying to make a final stand, but for just how long, ends up going down as Quicks rolls through, and Converse get the 3-0 sweep here in match number 1.
And what a beautiful masterclass in positioning and coordination from Converse. Just finding these angles where RPI was not expecting it whatsoever. And that's how you grow in this game, Berkeley. You have these adaptive strategies. You're ready to pop out at a moment's notice. Great play from Webslinger on the side of RPI, taking the play of the game. But that'll be Converse taking the match.
You saw Shupak in match chat at the end put a little respect on it, said you guys are so good to Converse, because yeah, they really just kind of elevated their play once they went over to Dive Comp. It was all brawl for maps 1 and 2, and then Converse had that trick up their sleeve the entire time. The Dive Comp was so clean from Converse. Happy to see that team work so well on 2 different comps, but hats off to RPI. I mean, coming out of the fall, it looked like they weren't going to be competitive in this division. Converse is a team near the top, and RPI was right in there. It made this a very interesting series, despite it still being a 3-0.
Oh, absolutely. It was very back and forth. Converse didn't sweep any of those maps whatsoever. They may have, swept the individual points on control, but they didn't sweep any of the maps. RPI was there tit for tat every single fight. And now it brings me to the best part of our broadcast, Berkeley. Who you got for player of the match?
Oh man, that's actually a really tough one in this match. I want to say Garchomp, but I'm going with Quicks. The main tank, play the game on maps 1 and 2, was just so stellar on the Reinhardt. And a big factor of this dive being so good is Quicks definitely saying when and where he's slamming on the Wrecking Ball. Quicks actually got back onto the King's Row point in overtime on ball to clutch it out, stayed on a Wrecking Ball, and then they were flawless from there. So Quicks is my guy tonight.
In very rare form, Berkeley, I think that we are unanimous in our decision. I would have also chosen Quicks for player of the match. You absolutely hit the nail on the head. Quicks was there every turn and honestly just outplaying RPI when they're not expecting it. The sneaky Earth Shatter kills, the ability to make it back on point as ball in King's Row, and at the very end, forcing RPI back on point with that dive composition, made Converse pave a way to victory. So Quicks has got to be my player of the match as well.
I can't believe it took us 3 weeks of casting this season. I think we've done 6 games so far. We finally agreed. Quicks just had one of those performances where it was undeniable tonight. It doesn't happen without good support. It doesn't happen in Dive Comp without great DPS coordinating with you, but Quicks was a playmaker tonight, so very well deserved. Nuke and I are actually going to be back for match 2 in just around 45 minutes. That's all for this matchup between Converse and RPI. Thanks for hanging out with us. If you want to see us again, come back in 45, and we'll see you then. Hello, friends, and welcome to tonight's Champions Central Division matchup. It's Overwatch 2, Bethel Pilots taking on the Cumberland Phoenix. I'm Berkeley Stevens, joined as always by Chase Newcomb, and we're excited to bring you all the action live. Chase, both of these teams are coming into tonight 2-0, and that is not going to stand at the very end, so we can expect an intense battle in this matchup. And Chase, as we look ahead, about to get in, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge for both of these teams tonight, and how do you see them overcoming it?
Well, Berkeley, if you're speaking from a literal sense, the biggest challenge may be a May wall, and to overcome it, I would recommend either a Baptiste jump or a Symmetra teleporter. In all seriousness, though, if they go into this match, I think the biggest challenge is going to be themselves. That's what we've seen time and time again at the Champions Division. This is on the cusp of really being at the highest level that you can be in Overwatch, and I'm telling you, Berkeley, mentality runs rampant at this point in Overwatch. So I think it's going to be a matter of their mentality both towards each other on their team and how they take these games. You bring up a good point, though. Both of these teams are 2-0. The only differential that we're able to see between the two teams is Bethel Pilots won 3-0 against SIUE Black in the first week, and last week Cumberland Phoenix won against SIUE Black as well, but they won 3-1, meaning SIUE Black took one game off of the Cumberland Phoenix. Does that give the Pilots an advantage? It may.
Yeah, I don't know. It might give them the slightest favoritism on paper, but it's just bound to be a good one between these two teams. These are always some of the front runners in the division that they always share. They've shared the same division, I think, for 4 semesters in a row in the NECC. So these are pretty much parallel programs that are always fun to spectate, and I'm glad we get to watch them tonight for match number 2. Talking about the starting lineups, let's kick it off here with the Bethel Pilots first, and I'll rattle this one off. It's a fun one. If you're familiar with Super Smash Bros. Or the Nintendo scene, you know all of these. We've got Daisy, we've got Shy Guy, Goomba, Waluigi, and Peach on support. Very fun squad. Can't wait to cast those battle tags. Should be a blast. Chase, on the side of Cumberland Phoenix, what are we looking at?
On the side of Cumberland Phoenix, we're seeing Leon Master, Tamaki, Hemlock, Killa, and Gil. You're absolutely right as well, Berkeley. That is a fun lineup. It's a them, they're here, and they're ready to go in World 1-1. What's funny as well, what the folks at home can't see, Berkeley, is that their bench player is Diddy Kong, which is funny because that is the one character that isn't inherently from the Mario universe like the other 5 on the main roster lineup. So nerding out a little bit on this end, but Cumberland Phoenix as well, not to shake a finger at their names, they have some pretty good names on their lineup as well.
Yeah, they do. This is overall just going to be a very fun game to yell and shout about, so I can't wait to get into it. As we start, we do have a pick ban system here. The first map that was banned for Control was Busan, and we're headed to Lijiang Tower. That's going to be our battleground for map number 1. Different than the first game we saw. In game 1, that was a Legends Division game. We headed to Nepal first. I would say Lijiang Tower is quite a bit different than Nepal. Chase, what can we expect to see?
Well, Lijiang Tower, I would hope to see some Symmetras on this map. Last time we were on Control a little bit ago, we were at Nepal, like you were mentioning, Berkeley, and surprisingly, there were none to be found. At this division, though, in the Champions Division, I think that that's going to be a very popular hero pick, and in a map structure like Lijiang, there's so many points and so many opportunities to get those turrets in the sneakiest of positions so that when you get to point, you're on the other end of a Symmetra laser.
Yeah, I think right now in the meta, Symmetra is definitely not best, but there are those control points where she's almost necessary, and I think Lijiang has a couple of those in Gardens and Night Market. She's been a staple for years at this point, so I would expect to see her as well, but a lot of Cole Cassidy tonight, maybe some Reinhardts here to kick things off on Control. That's what we saw in Nepal, was these brawly compositions, usually with a Mei as well, but let's just get right into it. Let's kick off Lijiang Tower. It's about to be underway. 15 seconds until teams pick their comps and give us our first look at what they're going to play tonight.
Yeah, and this first point control center, we actually may not see some Metro. This is more of a brawl composition. We could see some Maze, some Reinhardts, but time will tell. As I say that, Shy Guy, we're going to see on the Reinhardt, while Luigi will be on the Meg, Goomba on the Cole Cassidy, Daisy on the Baptiste, and Peach on the Lucio. On the side of the Cumberland Phoenix, they will be taking the tactic I mentioned earlier as Tamaki going to make their way over to the Symmetra. Gil will be on the Cole Cassidy. Killa going to take a note out of Shy Guy's book as well, run the Reinhardt, and then the support lineup is going to be the same on the Cumberland Phoenix. As I rattled all those names off, it looks like Goomba is making some last-minute changes. Hesitated looking at the Symmetra for a second. Going to decide on the Cole Cassidy.
Yeah, a little bit surprised to see Tamaki play this sim here, but it does get Cumberland to the fight first. And they've got turrets set up already to make Shy Guy think twice about stepping foot into the fray. Cumberland right now holding the high ground and holding the pilots at bay. But for how long is that going to last? Tamaki's turrets were already dealt with. Cumberland has to retreat to the far side of the point. Now Bethel have a good spot to engage from. Just have to keep their members alive. Goomba and Waluigi pretty low, but Daisy's supporting the team well from the back line. This fight, though, starting to spill onto the objective. The Reinhardt's beginning to clash like a couple of freight trains, and Tamaki's got the level 3 beam starting to microwave the front line of the pilots, only able to find one before falling to Shy Guy. We've got a 4 versus 3 now as Cumberland find another, but with Killer removed and Shy Guy as well, there's no tanks left. If you want to buy space, it's gonna cost a pretty penny.
Berkeley, that is one of the fastest amplification matrices that we've seen in all of the Champions divisions. We were halfway through the first fight, and that was immediately popped by Daisy on the side of the Vessel Pilots. They did take the high ground, and it looked like it was gonna be their fight to lose for a second there. Cumberland Phoenix was able to regroup in time and push the pilots off the point. However, I did like the pilots' positionings. They were just kind of at a loss pushing into Tamaki on that Symmetra. It's just too strong on this point.
Well, now they're not going to have to worry about Tamaki for this upcoming fight. Gil popping the Deadeye. Oh, and finds Goomba trying to peek out as well. That is a cheeky kill that I'm sure Gil was not expecting to find. I was thinking the pilots would back off for a bit. Now they step into it, though. The shatter comes down. It lands, but Shy Guy pays for it, extending just a tad too far into the front line. And now Killa can step forward freely and just thwart off the pilot's push.
Leon Masta dropping a beautiful immortality field as well. As Shy Guy was hitting the dash, the charge kill on Killa, wasn't quite able to find the namesake, and the Cumberland Phoenix will hold. This is 50% looking great as an Earth Shatter batters the backline of the pilots. Bethel sending back to the spawn room, and not what we anticipated so far, Berkeley. The pilots are stuck on the back foot, and the Phoenix rise again as they are pushing the pilots back onto the landing strip.
Yeah, I would expect this game to end up getting a lot closer than it is right now. It's been the Cumberland Phoenix show to this point. Now the Phoenix in some trouble, though. The Blizzard, the Maywall, the Deadeye, everything is going right for the pilots here. They are bound to take the objective now. Just a little bit of cleanup work here and there before they claim it.
I loved that Deadeye shot as well coming out from Goomba. It was not meant to kill the rest of the team. It was mainly meant to clean up, and they were able to get 3 shots fired off. That all but secures the Phoenix needing to regroup so the pilots can take the point. Great positioning play from Goomba. Now, the pilots do have their sound barrier online for Peach, and it may be enough to stop Gil's Deadeye, which is going to pop to kick off this fight.
Yeah, and the Deadeye's going to buy a little bit of time for the attackers here. They try and TP it sneakily. They're going to claim the point for this, actually. That was a nice teleporter. Completely backed Bethel off the objective. Cumberland got a fast switch over to the control. Now the beat drop has to be sent out by Peach as she tries to support the front line. Shy Guy's nearing an Earth Shatter. Needs to get it quick, though, and land a big one. Knocked awfully low. Removed from the fight by Hemlock, in fact. And now it's Cumberland trying to end round 1 right here. Tamaki fries 2 in the back line, and that is going to dust it.
Wow. And backing up, one of the most overpowered things you can do in Overwatch, but Bethel Pilots Berkeley backing up a bit too far. Cumberland Phoenix with a great positioning play is going to secure them the first point in Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, that was such a crafty Sim TP Deadeye to just buy the objective, just an instant switch with no contest from Bethel. I mean, that craftiness from Cumberland just got them round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love to see Cumberland playing things a bit different, you know, shaking it up. It's like we talked about in the previous cast over at the Legends division last match, Berkeley. If you're able to be crafty, like Converse was against RPI, you're just going to keep them on the back foot the entire series. And so far, that's what Cumberland is showing for Bethel. Bethel's just going for some straightforward Overwatch, and Cumberland trying to play 4D chess over here.
Yeah, now it looks like Bethel has the more four-dimensional comp as they spread things way out with this Wrecking Ball Pharmacy dive strat they've got going on. Cumberland is going to be turning their heads every which way. Sticky Grenade removes Goomba from the fight, but the Bethel Pilots can get a lot done here despite dropping one member. They come back quick with Waluigi taking down Tamaki, and now it's anyone's game. 4 versus 4. Gil trying to poke out, is able to find Peach up in the skies. Now just has to remove Waluigi as well, who doesn't stand a chance without the Mercy Pocket.
Gil was fishing around to find the princess in the right castle and will find their marks on the right one. Daisy getting a cheeky kill on Leon Master, and the point is still in the favor of the Cumberland Phoenix. Man, if I'm on the Pilots and I'm the shot caller, I'm calling for everyone to back up, get out, don't get staggered, and we will re-engage when we group up. Shy Guy will find a kill on Gil, which could sway things back in the favor of the Pilots.
Pilots regrouping so well right here. Shy Guy's been in the fight seemingly the entire time. Daisy slowly working their way in. The barrage from above. Waluigi's able to do a ton of damage. Leon Master can't live through it. And now it looks like Bethel, they get the point for the first time. They still have a Trance, a Sticky Grenade, Peach coming up with the Valk. Bethel has a ton of ult economy to hold this down for a while. As Nuke may be muted, I will say, Cumberland comes into this point with a Deadeye. Goomba Sticky Grenade takes down the Immortality Field. Goomba actually dies for that play. Leon Master popping the Ant Matrix. That should be enough for Cumberland to actually get this point back, and they do. They get the flip. They should be able to defend it.
I'm surprised that they were able to get the flip, Berkeley. As you mentioned a bit ago, the Pilots had the favor in the ult economy. Hemlock had dropped the sound barrier previously, and unfortunately it was right at the tail end of the fight, and they weren't able to hold on to point. But if we're saying anything from the Cumberland Phoenix, it's that they're able to hold control, and I think it's playing around Killa so well. The Pilots, though, are doing a fantastic job, as you mentioned, Berkeley, of backing up and regrouping and making these plays fast, quick, to the point, as we're seeing the minefield on point, and we are moving into the fight.
And Gil takes Waluigi right out of the skies with the Deadeye there. Trying to work their way in through the minefield now as Shy Guy laid out a good one, but it seems like Cumberland have navigated it well. They're defending the point, just 15% left until Bethel get the cap here. But they're having trouble actually getting the rest of that objective in their hands. Daisy right now in some trouble, having to pop the Transcendence and get to some safe space. We do have 4 Pilots back into this fight. Waluigi on top of the point, raining rockets from above. Killa has to slam down Goomba, taking him out of the fight. But now it looks like the Pilots are still going nowhere. They don't have the objective in their control, and Cumberland has 99%. So if Bethel take this with just the barrage and the mines coming up online, they still have to hold this for a full minute.
Yeah, and if we've learned anything from that fight, Berkeley, it's that Killa was able to force out Daisy's Transcendence just by running at Daisy. So if the Cumberland Phoenix is able to put some pressure on this Zenyatta player for the Pilots, that could spell some trouble for the Pilots in the skies, some rocky turbulence, if you will. Shy Guy looking to take the fight off of point, pushing a pick onto the Cumberland Phoenix before they're even able to make it on 2 point.
Oh, you don't want to get stuck in this room here going up against a minefield. Now you don't have a tank either. Ant Matrix comes out. They try to burst down Shy Guy, but Shy Guy actually gets the last lap there. The minefield is just in too good a spot. The Phoenix can't move through it.
That's going to be the Phoenix trying to push with the 2 that they have, though, Berkeley. And these 2 to 3 person grouping up trying to take point maneuvers don't seem to be working very well for either side. We saw the Pilots try to do it a bit earlier. Cumberland Phoenix falling short, and that's going to be the Pilots now at 82%. If they're able to hold once more, they could secure the second point.
And Cumberland now goes over to pretty much a mirror composition, except for Leon Masters on the Kiriko instead of the Zenyatta that Daisy's playing. And this composition is going to be way better at fighting in overtime as we start to stall out this point in just a couple of seconds. It's a 4 versus 4. Cumberland is missing their Pharah. Bethel Pilots are missing their Zenyatta, rezzed back up into the action by Peach. Thank you very much, Peach. Looks like Bethel is going to hold this one down and send us into a point 3, but Cumberland, they're still hanging around on the point, and overtime usually takes quite a while to tick down on this objective. We'll see if Cumberland gets back in. They've got just a second to do it. Gil can't make it.
Very close. Gil on the cusp of glory, but that will be a 1-1. The Pilots evening out Lijiang Tower and scrapping their way back into the game. Cumberland Phoenix pretty convincingly took control center, but on that second point, Berkeley, the Pilots were scrapping back. It was a little bit more of a fight on the end of the Pilots side. I think it's pretty unanimous what we're going to see on this point. I think we're going to see a double Symmetra composition, and if we don't, then I think the Phoenix are going to take this point pretty handily. This is your common Symmetra point. There's so many places to put the turrets. You can get to point faster by TPing in the window. The Phoenix are setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, the Phoenix, their strength is this brawl composition. They will die on this sword. This is one of those 50-50 maps where if the Bethel Pilots play it well, they could get away with this again. But I think Cumberland Phoenix, their strength being close quarters combat, they've got the edge here.
Yeah, it looks like Bethel, as you mentioned, Berkeley, they're going to try to play around a point with this pharmacy and looking for some stray picks and kills before they go in and take the point. Farah and Mercy also not terrible picks on this point. I just think the Symmetra, once it's locked down, is harder to dethrone and pull out of this area.
Yeah, for sure. And Bethel, on their way into the point, they've lost Daisy. Cumberland just sent everything to get that kill early. The speed boost, the Rhine pin, everything was used just to make this one a 5 versus 4 fight. Cumberland got the objective first because of it, and they're having no trouble holding it through the first fight now.
Yeah, this is an absolute mosh pit on point as well. Bethel Pilots, we saw Shy Guy roll through point and lose half their health almost immediately. Just the raw damage that the Phoenix are able to pump out is almost too much for the Pilots to be able to sustain. Shy Guy making it out by the teeth of his mouth on that point, barely making it, and we're seeing Goomba in the backline on this Tracer trying to get a little bit of percent. That's going to be halfway through taking point. If the Pilots are able to capitalize here, that could be a huge switch.
Immortality Field comes out to defend against the mines, but it's not there to defend against the Pulse Bomb. Goomba sticks that one, and it had 2 names written on it, Leon Master and Gil. Sent back to spawn. Now it looks like the Bethel dive is going to find some success, hopefully rewarded in the end with the point, and they will be. They make the fight clean. Still though, Cumberland, they take more than 50%. Pretty good job holding it first.
That's the beauty of these dive compositions as well, Berkeley, is being able to force fights necessarily where the other team doesn't want to fight, right? We saw Shy Guy spin around the statue outside of point. It pulled the rest of the Phoenix out. Ooh, we're seeing a barrage popped by Waluigi. Gonna find Tamaki in the backline and secure this defense for the Pilots. The strategy seems to be working out for them now that they're on the defensive side.
And they definitely know how to go into open space to proc their defense and then retreat after they try and find picks out there to defend the point. I think that is the way they have to play. If they were to use this composition to just defend on point, it'd be futile.
Right, that's why they're using the dive composition. It's more guerrilla warfare, picking and prodding where they can find an advantage, taking out the Phoenix, and then capitalizing on that. That high noon, the Deadeye could find both of the Pharmacy duo. Unfortunately, not going to find them though, and that's going to be a Transcendence popped by Daisy to keep the rest of the Pilots in the air.
Daisy does go down. That's going to be the first pick in this fight. Shy Guy has another minefield online. Oh, and Cumberland are all cornered. They try their best to live through it, but Shy Guy puts the mines in a perfect spot, and you just can't navigate that at all. Everything was just surrounded by damage.
Yeah, that minefield was all across the opening to the point. Cumberland Phoenix were sort of cornered by the Pilots in their positioning there. The Pilots as well using all of their ultimate economy. We're seeing it on both sides. Pretty much all ults are expended. The next ultimate coming up is going to be Waluigi's Barrage, and it's going to have to be huge for them to secure this.
4 versus 4 fight, 2 seconds for the pilots to touch, and they're able to get there in time. Little dogfight up in the skies. Waluigi nearly gets the kill onto Hemlock, but can't quite find it. Killa, in the meantime, takes down Daisy. Waluigi tries to barrage and win this dogfight outright. Needs to hit these directs, trying to make a clutch play up in the sky. Shy Guy deals the final damage, but the pilots lost Peach. Their Pharah is without a pocket, and Hemlock is still at large. Killa and Tamaki on the point, wreaking havoc. The Cumberland Phoenix hold control.
That's what happens when you take out half of that pharmacy, Berkeley. The Phoenix able to get into point just enough. The pilots, as you said earlier, are looking for more of these poking and prodding fights. And unfortunately, with Peach being down and Waluigi taking on the pharmacy by themselves, it unfortunately just took way too many resources to expend. The pilots running out of gas and Cumberland Phoenix taking the point. But what is this? Someone sneaking on, gonna get halfway through. They got about 10 seconds, Berkeley. They gotta make a play.
Oh man, the minefields again. Tamaki tries to blink through it, but Shy Guy had him in just the right spot. The entire objective is just engulfed in potential damage for the Bethel pilots. And I love this play from Hemlock, popping the Val, keeping everyone supported from afar. Overtime's ticking down, Gil's able to barrage Waluigi, but Waluigi hits the direct onto Gil, and the dogfight is just traded out equally. Petrez is back, Waluigi, but at what cost? You want your mercy in this fight. Hemlock and Gil are now both back alive for the Phoenix. They're trying to just close out this round. It's 99-99, overtime is ticking away. This one is still anyone's game new.
Yeah, Daisy falling short, almost finally dying, but popping the Transcendence to keep the rest of the pilots in the air. That's going to be Waluigi falling next to Cumberland Phoenix, picking up this point and probably going to take this round by taking out Shy Guy. There's no one left on the pilots to defend, and that is going to be the Cumberland Phoenix rising once again to take point number 1 in this best of 5 series in such a flashy fashion.
And I love how their game plan, their plan A, was that Reinhardt brawl. And then they just threw it in the bin. They went to the ball mirror with the pharmacy, in fact. And then they came back after being down 99-40. And they clawed their way all the way back, winning the round. I mean, this is just phenomenal stuff from the Phoenix, able to just adapt and overcome in map 1.
Yeah, it was very close. The pilots, like I said, going into that third point, it seemed as though they were scrapping pretty hard to be able to get in, and the Phoenix are making more adaptive changes in their tank line and support line than the pilots, and I think it just secured them the victory. However, like we talked about earlier in the Legends division, Berkeley, showing your hand that early could be a bit detrimental, and the pilots have pretty much stuck to this dive composition the entire series, but the Phoenix have now pulled out 2 different compositions that they've had to use to keep the pilots at bay.
Yeah, I like how both teams, I mean, at one point, both teams wanted to play Brawl first, and they wanted to play Wrecking Ball and win with the Wrecking Ball comp. So I think we have a very even match on our hands. And in the pick ban system, if you're Cumberland, you probably want to pick those Brawl maps because that seems to be how they like to play. But you also have to remember, you just won on the dive comp. So you can feel pretty much comfortable anywhere for map 2. It's an exciting time to be on the Cumberland Phoenix in this match.
Very much. And as we're getting word in right now, Berkeley, looks like we're going to get a ban for Eichenwald. And so that means Kings Row is going to be up. And if this has been a precursor to anything, we know these teams love playing Kings Row. However, with both of these compositions playing more of a dive style, we could see a Numbani.
It looks like we're actually going to be headed over to Blizzard World. I do like the pick. I feel like Kings Row would have been a dangerous pick for Bethel just because that is the Brawl map. And Cumberland wanted to play Brawl first on every single point that we just saw on Lijiang Tower. I think going to Kings Row would have been dangerous. Blizzard World is a much better battleground for Bethel.
Absolutely. They have the high ground and low ground going into that second point. The first point you can get around and play because it's very open, not closed off, and that's going to play well to their play style of this dive.
Yeah, and let's not forget, both of these teams undefeated so far, 2-0, as we're in the week 3 of action here for Champions Division. And like you said in the pregame, Cumberland actually 3-1'd a team, the only similar opponent between them and Bethel. Bethel got the 3-0 against SIUE Black. So Cumberland, they sneak out the first map. They're trying to go up in the series 2-0. After Blizzard World, if they're on match point, they're sitting pretty, but we know that this one's probably not going to be a sweep.
Right. And, you know, not to diminish Bethel's achievements, but last week they are 2-0, but last week their victory was a FF. So they're currently 3-0 in maps, whereas the Cumberland Phoenix are 6-1 in maps, and I think that means the Phoenix just have a little bit more experience in this NECC competitive play, and they're bringing it to the table tonight. It's inching out the Pilots, and the Phoenix are just barely able to stay on top. But as we progress through this series, Berkeley, more factors will begin to play, such as endurance and mentality, and how these players are able to maintain both. Because this is a best of 5. We could be here for a bit if the Pilots pop back off.
And I like how we're getting this meeting so early on in the season between these teams, because they will likely meet in the playoffs at the end of the spring semester. And there's going to be a ton of room between now and then where both of these teams are going to make tons of adjustments. So, I mean, this is not the end-all be-all for these programs. They would love to win today, but they will very likely meet again when it matters a lot more than it does tonight.
Couldn't agree more, Berkeley. We're actually watching the Bethel Pilots on defense this time, so they're in the red. Don't let it fool you. Cumberland Phoenix in the blue. Bethel Pilots on the attacking end, and that's going to be Cumberland Phoenix on the defending end, huddling up around their Reinhardt like it's their only source of warmth, realizing they're up against a dive composition who will want to take them in 1v1 fights. This is a beautiful and well thought out play by the Phoenix to play the corner at this point behind their Rhine.
Oh, nice little slam,
Caster's curse.
well-timed. Well-timed by Shy Guy. I mean, not much you can do there. At some point, the pawns had to fall. Shy Guy just had excellent timing to dissect that huddled up Cumberland Phoenix squad.
That's why you gotta make sure everyone's healed up. You can't just turn away and look away, because that's exactly what Shy Guy capitalized on. Was waiting for that moment and diving in. Honestly, I'm a bit taken aback, Berkeley. I thought that the Cumberland Phoenix are going to hold that point a little longer.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing it well. It just seemed like Bethel played the attack way better. They were so patient on that dive. There were such great comms. They knew when the damage was coming in, and they knew that Shy Guy had to be the heavy right-handed hook that finished off the kills.
That's exactly what happened. Killa making their way through the backline, sending Waluigi on a wild goose chase, and looking for a wide angle. That's what you love to see about these wrecking balls. They can make their way around these maps, methodically hitting every health pack on the way, and then finding your backline with no avail. Waluigi looking for a cheeky pulse bomb, but not finding the target. That's going to be Peach raising Daisy from the dead. Sisters do, and Gil getting the headshot on Waluigi will send Waluigi back to the spawn room. The Cumberland Phoenix looking to hold their defense here.
And now we'll get to see, this is what everyone is wondering on the new patch. What is better? Is it the mercy-pocketed Cole Cassidy, or is it the mercy-pocketed Ashe that's been so strong since release of Overwatch 2? Right now, Gil is making Ashe work so well here on the second point phase of Blizzard World, but how long is that going to last? It's only a matter of time before Goomba starts to come alive.
Ooh, and a well-placed dynamite in the side room will give Gil just the inch they need for Bob. Cumberland Phoenix have a beautiful ult economy on their side. Peach desperately trying to get out as Killa is barraging the front line. Man, Cumberland Phoenix have held. In Berkeley, they've expended very little ultimates doing so. They just popped the Valkyrie from Hemlock, but they still have Bob, they still have Minefield, and they still have the Nano Boost.
And all the while, the payload has been progressing just inch by inch, but Cumberland knows that they just have to defend those last couple of meters. They can let it come all the way to the finish line of point 2, just as long as they don't give it up at the very end. I like how they're utilizing the entire space that the Streets phase gives them, but they're coming down to the wire. They're about to be stressed off this high ground, and Hemlock falling there to Shy Guy is going to be the blood in the water that the Bethel Pilots are hunting for. And Tamaki tries to send a pulse bomb out, but it just finds a staircase there. No kills confirmed. Tamaki actually in the backline, dove by Shy Guy, tracking down the Tracer and not letting Tamaki out.
Berkeley, this first point, if it's shown us anything, it's that the Pilots are very comfortable with this dive composition. More so than the Phoenix. I think that is going to be their win condition, is keeping the Cumberland Phoenix on this uncomfortable dive, because if you're watching how they're playing at Berkeley, they are wanting to play it like a brawl composition. They're trying to group up, whereas Bethel are very confident and very comfortable about taking as wide of an angle as they need to find the picks in the backline.
Yeah, Bethel love playing this comp in the open space. They're so good at it to this point of the game. And right now, if they are just guaranteed point 2, they seal it up. 3.5 minutes on the clock now for the Pilots to finish Blizzard World. And let's not forget, this was their map pick, so they are very ready to play this map on this composition. They look like a well-oiled machine so far.
Agreed. Holistically, they know where the health packs are. You can see that in Waluigi's and Shy Guy's movements around the map. They know exactly where to take these off angles, and they are catching the Phoenix off guard. Not ready whatsoever for any of this damage coming through, but that's going to be Gilling Killa taking out both Peach and Goomba on the side of the Pilots, halting this push for what seems for the first time in eternity.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but this is what they needed. Set up the defense early here on this 3rd-point push. This is actually where the dive comp for Bethel gets a lot harder to use. 2nd point is just a wide open playground for dive comps, but now there's a roof over your heads. There's really only one flank you can take. It's not a 360 objective where you can just pretty much take any angle you want. I think now Bethel might run into some problems here.
They could run into problems, but that's entirely dependent on the composition of the Phoenix, Berkeley. If they continue this dive composition that's not working for them, they're just going to continue to be stuck as Goomba throws on the aim trainer in the background and hits body after body, sending the Phoenix back to the spawn room and regrouping to hopefully rise from their ashes and defend this, but it is looking sour for the Phoenix as the Pilots continue their barrage from the air.
Yeah, the Pilots, they hit just a little bit of a speed bump here on point 3, and since then they've gotten their act together beautifully. Goomba with a couple of headshots there, while Luigi sticks one to Leon Master, and it looks like the Pilots are going to finish this with well over the minute required to put the pressure onto the Phoenix.
A minute 43, and had they not hiccuped, Berkeley, that could have very easily been a 2-minute take for the Pilots. The Phoenix are going to have to retaliate hard and fast if they want to make it back into Blizzard World, Berkeley. I think the Pilots made a very safe and smart decision in picking this map.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, their dive comp looks so sound. If they could play on open maps all night long, I'm sure they would just be elated to, but we know that without it being the standard map pools and it is pick ban, Cumberland Phoenix have the ball in their court. And if they do lose Blizzard World here, I mean, they're probably going to pick a very close Corridors escort map where Bethel might have some more trouble on.
I would imagine that's their play. I'm sure that they've analyzed and dissected that play as such going into this, what, now 3rd defense, 4th defense in the series, if you consider all the control points. The Phoenix are going to have to regroup, and they need to start asking reflective questions. What is working? What is not working? What do we need to change? And where is the miscommunication as well as miscoordination? Because the Pilots are just beating us at every turn. Also, notice now on the Pilots, we're seeing a very cheeky name play a very cheeky character. Waluigi now going to be on the Sombra on the defending Pilots. That's an interesting play, Berkeley.
Yeah, and in the Legends game that we just casted before this, Converse, who is one of the better collegiate teams in the entire scene, they played the Sombra with their Wrecking Ball. They also played it coupled with a Tracer to just really have those flanks dialed in for free. Playing it with the Pocket Ashes, a lot more damage from the backline, but we'll see if it's able to confirm as many kills.
Well, let's hope so. We're going to see a hack come off in the backline. Hemlock unable to fly, wings clipped for the time being. Leon Masta pushing up with Killa. Killa on this Diva could make a difference. There is a lot of damage berating the backline. But the Phoenix, I just don't know if dive is the play. I like that they're making changes and they're taking risks, because that's ultimately how you're going to be adaptive.
Well, they find Daisy on the high ground with no teammates in sight, and Kilo, like a heat-seeking missile, removes the Zenyatta on the side of Bethel. And now there's some room here. Phoenix could be rewarded with the point. Hemlock with a nice little Glock kill there on the Peach, but not before the Resurrect on Waluigi comes through. Phoenix still struggling to get their foothold on this objective. They've taken a tick. They've got to get 2 more and make it fast.
Hemlock literally said, hold up, wait a minute. Some may write. As they switched to the Caduceus blaster, turned around and got a couple of quick shots off on Peach, sending them back to the spawn room. That was very fun. This game as a whole, this series as a whole, has been very fun to watch and cast. 5 minutes on the board now for the Phoenix as they begin their push, and they're going to have to be relentless if they want to make up time lost.
Yeah, it has been fun. We're seeing some different stuff too, not your standard dive metas that we're kind of used to. Killa is just walking this Phoenix team in with the defensive matrix, trying to peel for the back line, and then launch themselves at weak targets on the side of the pilots. Attacking point 2, there is a slept target up top. The Nano goes straight onto Killa and Gil. The Deadeye is there to remove Goomba. Shy Guy falls as well. Goomba's actually rezzed back up, but it might be too little too late as Killa continues to just rocket around this team and find kills everywhere.
So those are some paired resources you don't necessarily see, but man, was that a deal of a kill for the Cumberland Phoenix, expending the nano boost on D.Va because Leon Master said, hey, I hit the sleep, they're dead to rights if you're just able to hit the shots. Nanoing Killa so Killa can secure the kill, and then finding 2 more is exactly what the Phoenix needed to push them ahead. But now finding themselves a bit on the back foot, they have 2.3 meters left to push. That is going to be pilots down 1, but Peach using the res won't have that for the rest of the fight. So the Phoenix just have to find a little bit more value to inch this in.
Pilots seem to have all the defensive resources they need here, though. The minefield is out, the Valkyrie is popped, Killa is out of the mecha suit, and now they can just take to the high grounds. Waluigi trying to find this kill onto Leon Master, and does. Now into the back line goes Waluigi, taking down everyone. The Tracer cutting through the team like a sharp knife in surgery.
This is so fun to watch, Berkeley, and the team names make it all the more fun. Yes, Waluigi battering the back line as this Tracer and the pilots hold for the time being, which any hold is a great hold for them on this defense, because as long as they can keep the Phoenix under 1 minute, they'll continue the advantage. Heck, if they hold here, Berkeley, then the pilots just take this point, or this map, and we move on to the next one.
Yeah, and if the Phoenix even get 3 points with no time on the clock, then Bethel is the only team with a win condition left. So getting it with a minute 43 is big. It's not just a good win condition by completing the map, but those of you who play Overwatch know that you hit 0 seconds, you don't get an overtime if the other team has more than 60. So here, spilling into the next fight, Gil, Deadeyes, that's able to take down Peach, but we're merciless in this fight as Hemlock goes down as well. The dive comp for Phoenix still trying to traverse their way through point number 2. Bethel's lost their Ashe as well, but it looks like the defense can still hold here. Gil is removed by Daisy, and now it's anyone's game. 3 versus 3 on the point, and the pilots have all the spawn advantages.
Yeah, the pilots are going to make it back very fast too, but the Phoenix trying to push it in, utilizing the synergy between Killa and Tamaki. That's going to be the pulse bomb. Unfortunately, it's not going to find its mark, and the self-destruct's going to pop on point. Will it be enough? No. There will be a defense there in the form of Shy Guy, who also has the minefield on lock if they feel too pressured in this fight. Daisy taking to the skies and picking off Hemlock with the 3-round burst. That is poetry at its finest. Cumberland Phoenix have now officially fallen underneath the time threshold that they need to complete the map. Obviously, if they take the point, they'll get a little bit of time back, but things are looking bleaker by the minute, Berkeley.
Yeah, if Cumberland want to stay competitive on this map, they've got to take this point next fight. Find a way. You're going into a ton of alt economy for Bethel, so it doesn't seem like it's going to happen this fight, but we've seen miracles come to fruition before. Right now for the pilots, I mean, they're holding strong. This is the point they want to fight in all the time. This dive thrives in the open space. Waluigi trying to end the fight early with a pulse bomb, but that one misses the mark. Now going in trying to track down Killa, but can't quite catch up. Shy Guy in the meantime terrorizing the Cumberland Phoenix backline, moves in with the minefield to the point, and there should be no way that the Phoenix get a foot on.
Yeah, and that's so unfortunate, Berkeley, because Hemlock just popped the Valkyrie to get the team in and keep them alive. Leon Master getting pressured, and I think at this point you have to ask yourself, is the Ana working, or are we just giving them a target to dive every fight?
I mean, you're definitely giving them a target that they want to dive the most. If Leon Master is not able to stay well defended or get into the fight quickly, I think what just happened in that last fight was the crux of this team where Leon Master, yeah, can defend themselves for a long time, but if they're not defending themselves close to the fight, then their actions per minute are just way down compared to what Daisy's doing. Always in the mix, in the front line, dealing damage from the back line, just right next to the action all the time. And now Bethel, they're just seconds away from closing out Blizzard World with a 3-1 win. And it looks like they're going to have no problem doing it. This series is tied up after 2 maps, 1-1, and now Cumberland get the map pick, but Bethel have all the momentum in this series.
Yeah, they need nothing short of a miracle to hold here, Berkeley. That's going to be it. You're absolutely right. What a beautiful play. As we noticed earlier as well, Goomba made the swap on the Bethel pilots. Or sorry, Daisy made the swap on the Bethel pilots and realized, hey, this Zenyatta, it's not working. So I'm going to make the swap to Baptiste, give us an immortality field, and as they begin to push more and more, we're going to have that amplification matrix in our backline. We'd love to see them try. Beautiful play overall from the pilots to get back into this series.
And that's what we can expect in a matchup that's as close as this. Two 2-0 teams. I know one has a forfeit, but with their similar opponent being SIUE Black, they both get a 3-0 or a 3-1 win. We knew this one was going to be close. I expect teams to win on their map pick, and I expect if they lose their map pick, they lose the entire match. So Cumberland has to make map 3 count. We'll be headed there just after this break.
Hello, howdy, hola, and welcome back. I'm hyped to be here. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined aside Berkeley Altcharge Stevens once again for some Thursday night action-packed Overwatch. We are halfway through the series between the Bethel Pilots and the Cumberland Phoenix in the Champion Central Division. Berkeley, things have been tough for the Cumberland Phoenix, but the Pilots came back in that last map. It's now 1-1. It looks like Rialto's been banned and Dorado's been picked. What are your thoughts going into Dorado?
Dorado's one of those maps where high ground is everywhere, and it is just the best positioning on the map. The high grounds through and through, they're not just like a ledge that's a couple feet above your head. It's just towering buildings where you get these incredible angles from. And I really think that Bethel on the dive is going to stage so well on this map. I'm shocked that the Phoenix picked it because I think the Pilots have the edge here.
I would have to agree with you, Berkeley. I'm also a bit confused why the Phoenix chose this map. Maybe they're trying to make a statement on their dive composition, or maybe they have a trick up their sleeve that we have not seen yet. As I said earlier, Berkeley, it's a matter of what hands you show and how you're showing them, and the versatility of the heroes at this point in the series is going to make all the difference going into these map picks. So I'm also interested in see what the Cumberland Phoenix has in store.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado, one of those maps where you can get like a Cole Cassidy to just kind of poke and prod around natural cover near the payload the entire time and get it to work. Even at high ranks, you can end up getting that to work. But I really feel like high-level team play, this map is a dive map, and so far we've seen Bethel be the dive-first team. They picked Blizzard World because they wanted open space like on point 2 that they held Cumberland on to just relentlessly dive into the backline. So we'll see what Cumberland's strat is going into this. Somehow they're going to have to peel for Hemlock. It looks like they've got Leon Master on the brig, at least in the locker room. That could stabilize things a bit, but with Gil on Farah, I expect someone to play Mercy.
And Berkeley, I am just smiling ear to ear because, you know, this whole time, what if we've been wrong? What if Bethel's strong composition is their dive composition and they didn't want to show their hand early by playing it, so they decided on more of a brawl comp? And that's why they want to take the Phoenix here, because they're confident that their dive can beat the Phoenix on this map specifically.
That would be a wild turn of events if Cumberland ended up just being the strong dive team. We'll just have to see. Right now, Bethel has that name because Cumberland, they want to play Brawl first every single time we've gone to a different battleground. I mean, this is the very first time where we've seen Cumberland be like, all right, we're going to be on dive right from the jump.
Absolutely. And, you know, pseudo dive sort of. Gil is going to make the transition to Widowmaker for the first time in this series. Maybe looking for some heads, going hunting and finding it in the sense of Goomba. That's going to be a resurrect immediately, and finding Peach. Gil will fall to Goomba, but not before the flying all-star healer on the side of the Pilots falls.
That's a very worthwhile trade too. Goomba is well supported up here in the meantime. Waluigi actually getting the kill on Killa could stabilize the Bethel Pilots defense for a moment. And it looks like they're going to have no trouble doing it, but it looked like Gil just opened up a huge window there by taking down Peach. Just wasn't quite enough. Cumberland couldn't capitalize.
Not at all. I couldn't agree more. I mean, Cumberland, they're kind of just stuck in this series, Berkeley, it feels like. It feels like the Pilots have their note at every turn. They know exactly what they're expecting, and they're just anticipating this dive much better than Cumberland is anticipating Bethel's dive. Gil finding a headshot in the backline on Waluigi after an attempted pulse bomb, but Killa is going to defense matrix eat that up all day like Grandma's Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, and right now we've got a couple of kills for the Phoenix coming through. Gil trying to claim the high ground, knocked awfully low, having to retreat, get some HP back. Minefield comes out. This could be a big one too. Shy Guy put that right under the catwalk, but it claimed no kills. Nano Boost going on to Killa, and now the heat-seeking missile can come out. Can it take down the Mercy Pocket at Ash, though? A new Mercy Pocket is insane, and it looks like Killa's not going to get the value required out of that Nano.
Yeah, I think we got our answer we were looking for in the last round, Berkeley. This Mercy Pocket on the Bob is in fact working. and it is working so well. The Pilots are just full holding this defense. Cumberland Phoenix are making some moves, but it's because the Pilots want them to move. The Pilots are allowing them to move. They let them take a little bit of space so they can throw the bomb in the back line and halt this payload where it's at. Now the Phoenix are going to have to overextend if they want to touch. The Pilots are going to regroup. The rally is going to get popped. The pulse bomb is going to stick to the immortality field, and a fight is breaking out.
Daisy almost going down here. Look at those health bars. Peach actually falls, and then Daisy can't withstand the damage. Great job there by Gil and Killa, coming through with 3 quick kills. And now it looks like Cumberland, they were slow to get it, but they have 3 minutes 30 seconds back up on the clock now as they enter the streets phase. And Chase, I gotta say, it's not what you would think as meta, but Killa seems like a diva player, and I think that's just where Killa has to stick.
I think that's where the comfort is in this dive comp we're seeing from Cumberland. Killa, you know, Diva's able to do a lot of damage, often not able to quite find the kills though, and that might be why we see Gil on this Widowmaker trying to finish these kills where they're finding them, as well as getting that damage off in the backline, so Killa has a for sure target of where to go. Goomba also now making the transition over to Widowmaker, and as the namesake would say, sending Gil back to the spawn room. The Pilots are retaliating in a big way.
I love Goomba not afraid to go over to the Widowmaker, now having to duel Tamaki up top, battling it out for this high ground, nailing the shot there, the headshot to boot. Goomba claiming the high ground.
That was silly. That was so silly. Goomba just walking around, metal detectors going off, going, wait a second, I sense someone nearby, finding the Star Tracer player in the corner and getting the headshot off. Very cheeky, very fun. Peach getting the resurrect on Waluigi and setting back up into the position. And I'm sorry, I need to take a step back. Is that Torbjorn?
Oh yeah, they've had Torb ever since they've had the Widowmaker.
Silly. Silly. The Pilots are just adapting this comp and trying really everything out at this point.
I honestly think that they're only playing Torb because Waluigi wants to play the closest thing to Waluigi possible.
You know, that's a good point. Waluigi was on the Sombra earlier, and I would say that's a big trickster character, whereas Torb is more of a haha, I'm in your face and I'm doing the funny.
Torb has the closest frame to Waluigi too. I think there's just a lot of comfort in that pick.
Maybe to Wario. I don't know about Waluigi. Waluigi's a little bit stockier, but I do agree
Soldier
that is
76 probably has the closest frame.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I would say probably Soldier 76. Yeah, that's what they need to do.
This game right now is just calm before the storm in the streets phase. We've got a minute before the action really starts to pop off here. Right now, it's just the defense keeping the attacking Phoenix at bay.
Yeah, the Phoenix are making inch by inch sort of what they were doing in the first point, and what Bethel was so successful in that second point is just taking these meters where they can, and where this is where dive comp has its disadvantages. If you're not on that payload, it's moving.
It is moving. Now we start to see the odds come out from the Phoenix. The Nano first, that sent the Pilots off the high ground. Now we have the rally coming out. Killa nearly has the self-destruct as well. Goomba lands the headshot onto Gil. The bomb comes out. It's got to find something. It doesn't. The immortality field from Daisy saves everyone, but the remech squishes Goomba. You could even say Goomba stomps Goomba. And now there's a little bit of an opening for the Phoenix here to get something done. Waluigi and Peach are both felled, and now we just have around 15 meters left before the Phoenix can actually make their way onto point 3.
Yeah, Bethel Pilots are going to need to regroup and touch if they want here, and it is going to... that was awkward. Shy Guy looking like they were going to touch, but maybe got a little sheepish, deciding not to slam down and just go back in the back line like any Shy Guy would do.
Guys, we're just kind of watching very slow build-up. And it seems like every time we're just almost to overtime and Cumberland have the resources to get the point. Is that a good winning strategy to just chisel your way through a map by any means necessary? Or should they be trying to ball out a little more and add some more time to the clock?
I could be wrong, but it honestly, Berkeley, seems like the Pilots are getting a little too comfortable in their dominance in the series. They're making changes left and right. I guess sort of just trying to feel out what Cumberland Phoenix is throwing at them. Both Gil and Goomba swapping off the Widowmaker for this third point is a great transition, but the Pilots have just made these really bold, cheeky plays all series, whereas the Phoenix have really put the pedal to the metal trying to make it happen. I almost wonder if this is going to be an entirely different offense when sides switch.
Yeah, I think it could be. I mean, letting the Phoenix kind of chisel their way to the map, to this point of the map, you know, it might look okay because you're going to likely get a stop here if you're Bethel. You've saved your resources for the part of the game that matters the most.
But if you don't,
you've given up a ton of this map at this point. I mean, 2.5 points is a lot for Cumberland to be able to hold on defense.
Right. And, I mean, they're 2 fights away from taking it at this point. Bethel Pilots have all of their ultimates in utility, and that is a massive self-destruct. Deadeye gonna get booped into the air, taken off Leon Master Tamaki, sending Goomba away, and Waluigi getting a couple of kills on the Torbjorn. The ultimate is going to be huge, as the Molten Core will secure the victory in, well, not victory, but the defense for the Pilots. Berkeley, you were right. It was kind of just building up, and then they sent everything at once.
Yeah, they saved those 4 ultimates till the end, and honestly, Cumberland, Killa threw in a really good self-destruct, and I still want to see Killa play the Diva because it seems like that's just naturally who they're good at in a dive comp, where Shy Guy is clearly a ball player. But the Pilots, even though they had all the ult economy in the world, Killa's self-destruct almost ended things there for them. It actually propped up the Deadeye a little bit, but if it didn't do that and the Deadeye didn't get that 1 kill, that would have been a totally different fight.
That Cassidy had maybe 50 HP, Berkeley. That took most of the health bar. They were lucky to be that far away from the self-destruct, just far enough in the parameter where it's going to boop them up, but not close enough where it's going to kill them. I don't think it was a positioning move. I think it was more they were trying to drop and pop the Deadeye. They weren't able to drop. They got booped, and they got the kill. I just think it by happenstance, the Pilots were able to hold, but you're absolutely right. The Cumberland Phoenix were edging out the victory. Killa had a great self-destruct at the end of that round.
Yeah, they almost got it done with very little resources, but in the end it was Bethel who had the entire alt economy bank to work with, getting a relatively easy hold even though it kind of got shaken up there. And now we're going to see Bethel attack with what they're known for, the Pharmacy, Wrecking Ball dive comp, occasionally pocketing Goomba on the Ashe, and Cumberland, they've got to find a way to defend this. I like having Gil on the Cassidy. I like Killa staying on the Diva. That should be able to deal with Waluigi's Pharah rather easily, and Waluigi already taking to the floor of the map. Maybe they switch early. I think it would be smart.
Well, notice as well, Berkeley, Leon Master is now on Zenyatta, which this is a very anti-pharmacy dive comp Cumberland Phoenix is running. Maybe they were anticipating the Pilots to pull out the pharmacy in the first round, and when they didn't, they said, let's just run it with what we have. Leon Master, that's just a serotonin boost, hearing those orbs get charged up and hit all at the same time. But you'd know a thing or two about Zenyatta, right, Berkeley?
Yeah, I only drew him for 218 days until the game came out. I still have some nightmares of cartoonist Zenyatta. No, I love the guy, and that was a pretty serendipitous volley that was aimed at, I believe, Shy Guy, and just happened to find Daisy under that doorway. I love when those kills kind of just come together. And right now, Phoenix, they're holding this first point exactly as they should, setting Killa up on this building every single time, staging the fights as they should, but now it looks like it's going to start to unravel. Goomba is going to hold down the payload, fanning the hammer as much as they can into Killa, trying to demech the Diva. Now we're going to see this fight spill into some close corridors here. It's the cover girl battle. Waluigi wins it. The Tracer duel taken down. Tamaki no longer for this world.
Yeah, a rave in the health pack room as they were just kind of dipping and diving, shooting as much as they could. And it was awkward. It was funny awkward. Daisy was just hanging out outside, healing and throwing resources in for Waluigi. Like, hey, I gotcha, I guess. Nano Boost going in the backline, though. That's going to be the pocketed Gil, making it out. Ooh, that's going to be a Deadeye popped. Gil taking out Goomba and finding the sucker punch on Daisy to secure the hold for the Phoenix.
Love that play right there by Gil. Cole Cassidy just takes a puff of the cigar and has all the confidence in the world. High Noon's right inside 3 people and finds every single kill. I love that play from Gil, playing with confidence until they're shut down, and right there they weren't.
You know I do too, Berkeley, but the Phoenix had to use a lot of resources. The whole economy is drained. We're about to go into it's about to be bad for everyone involved. We're about to pull out of the bank account. Bankruptcy is about to happen as the pilots have all 5 ultimates online, and really all they need to do is ram into this point, use a couple of resources, and call it a push.
Yeah, these are certainly some lopsided resources we're looking at. Goomba doesn't even need any resources there to get that kill onto Leon Master, and now Bethel can work their way in slowly, using the ults as they need it. The Valk, the Immortality Field, and the Ant Matrix all coming out now. And then Goomba, just to silence Killa, is able to Deadeye right at the end. They still have the Pulse Bomb here if things get a little dicey, as the payload isn't as close to the objective as they might like.
Yeah, I think they'll still take it in time, though, as everyone regroups around the payload. They might see a touch from the Cumberland Phoenix. Nah, that's going to be it. 3 minutes now on the clock in this push. The Bethel pilots have positioned themselves well. They have their win condition, as we said a little bit ago, Berkeley, but it's taken them a bit longer. They're not quite going 70 miles an hour like the Phoenix were back and forth. Pilots are taking a little bit more time to get there.
Yeah, and this is the hardest part of Dorado to get through when you're playing up against a dive comp, but right now, Bethel knows that Cumberland, they didn't spawn in the most opportune location. They spawned split, and they took total advantage of those advanced spawns. Gil finds that kill onto Waluigi, who got a little too aggressive there near the Mega, but still it looks like the Bethel Pilots offense is going to be cooking for a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. That split spawn advantage has put the Pilots in a peculiar situation where they have 1 to 2 people pushing on point, and they're gonna get pretty far. They're pretty close to second point now, making up for lost time.
I like how they're ignoring that slept Shy Guy Wrecking Ball there, and Gil just takes to the high ground. That's where the fight is going to need to take place.
Ooh.
Dicing up Peach as well. Each Cole Cassidy's able to take down a support, but Gil loses the duel there to Goomba. Goomba popping the Deadeye, takes down the Baby Diva. Tamaki, in the meantime, is able to stick one on the Goomba, and right now, trades are going wild, resources are building, and we've got about 15 meters until the second checkpoint is reached.
Oh, and this is going to be a huge stagger if they're able to pull it off. Both supports of the Cumberland Phoenix regrouping. That was very close, as Shy Guy almost got a really quick stagger on Leon Master.
Cumberland set up so well here, though. I mean, even though they're all on the low ground, Killa can just take to the high ground anytime they need to shut down a Bethel Pilot damage dealer. Shy Guy popping the minefield here, trying to zone the Phoenix back inside third point. This is going to be enough, though. Tamaki breaks through the minefield, taking down Goomba. Waluigi falls to the Biotic Nade from Hemlock, and the support's really coming alive right now for Cumberland. They take down 2, and the defense is going to hold.
I think Cumberland's supports realized at the end of the last push, Berkeley, that they were going to need to have the synergy in order to keep the Pilots off of them. Because Shy Guy has been on Leon Master pretty much the whole series. Goomba, anytime Hemlock or Leon Master have shown their heads, have gone for those headshots. So the ability to peel on both of these heroes, you know, Xin has a great melee kicking you back. Hemlock has the Biotic Nade. It's great peel for each other if they have those resources up and they are near each other in proximity to do so.
Yeah, these Cumberland Phoenix supports are just playing in sync with each other. This is some unreal coordination way in the backline to keep each other safe. And they just have to do it for one more fight, and the Phoenix pull off a fantastic hold here on defense. And Chase, this is what we talked about last round. Bethel kind of let Cumberland chisel their way to third point before ending the game. And I don't think they took enough chances on defense to end it earlier. Cumberland is about to come out on top.
It is a bold choice, though. Goomba's going to swap over the Widowmaker for this last initial push, getting it in. And this is a great place to play Widowmaker. It's a very open round. It's going to be a matter of who's hitting the shots. That's going to be Daisy finding Gil. Tamaki getting a response on Shy Guy. No Immortality Field on the side of the Pilots in order to keep them alive. And this Widowmaker is positioned very well to hunt these heads in the backline. Will they be able to hold?
Well, Leon Master does pop the Transcendence, not before Killa is de-suited out of the mech. Goomba taking the sight line makes it so, oh my god, we've got a C9. Cut everything right there. Cumberland take Dorado.
What? Okay.
Wow.
I wasn't ready for that, Berkeley, but, welcome to Overwatch. You're never ready for a C9. It's the beauty of a C9.
Yeah. Cumberland calls C9 and sink Bethel's battleship. That was a rough one. I haven't seen one that bad in a minute.
Yeah,
I like your expression right there. Just a big yikes.
Yeah, set the load size to oof, Berkeley. That's unfortunate. And it's one of those things where I don't think it was intentional by any... Not that a C9's ever intentional, but they were all in proximity of the point. I think they just narrowly just swept off point, and it was just enough for that ticker to go straight to 0 and Cumberland Phoenix to take it. Now 2-1, they're on game point, Berkeley, and I don't think the pilots were expecting that because they really got the momentum in our second map. Going into the third map, they had all the momentum to lose.
Yeah, I mean, this one does kind of come down to one of those games where it's so close on paper where if you lose your map pick, I mean, at this point, if you lose your map pick, you lose the series, right? That's the guarantee. We're going to have Bethel pick the next map. If they lose the series. If they win, Cumberland get the next map pick, and if they lose the series. So you have to deliver when the ball is in your court, and even though it was a cheeky little C9, Cumberland still delivered. That was on second point. They made it to third anyway. They had a win condition in front of them, even if they gave that up. Cumberland played some fantastic Overwatch there to keep the pilots off the scoreboard.
Even when they were on offense, Berkeley, they did a great job of just chipping away and keeping someone on point. That's the big thing with dive. It's so easy to forget or coordinate who's pushing the payload when you have a Tracer, a Wrecking Ball, a Genji, and the whole kitchen sink in the back line, right? You got to ensure someone is there pushing and has their foot on the gas. And I think that's where Cumberland just has a little bit more coordination, whereas Bethel pilots, they just are more comfortable, it seems, in their dive composition as a whole in what's meta.
Yeah, and speaking about what's meta, we're going to head to a push map, which doesn't happen too much early on in the season, but that is where we're going to go. And at this point, Cumberland is the only team of these two that has played a push map in competition in the NECC this spring.
That's true, because they did go 3-1 in their prior series, and so they had to play push. That's an interesting point. And honestly, Berkeley, now that I'm thinking about it, push favors more of that brawl composition, in my opinion. If you're able to play around the push, especially if you have a Mei, you can position that right next to the payload or the robot, I guess, as it's pushing, and that shuts off an entire team's entry point. So the Cumberland Phoenix, I think, are positioned really well to take this final map, and it looks like we have the maps in.
Yeah, New Queen Street got banned. I do like that ban. I think that's probably the brawliest push map that exists, but we're going to be headed to Coliseum, so fairly linear. Dive comp is a little tough to work in the middle stage of that map, but it kind of starts to shine toward the end, so we'll see. I think Cumberland might have a little bit of an edge here, but I don't think anyone would be shocked if the pilots won and we head to map 5.
Oh, I wouldn't be shocked. They've come through in the series. Once again, as we're getting further into the series, Berkeley, I mentioned this in the Legends Division map, but it comes down to momentum, endurance, and mentality. This endurance on both of these teams is going to determine whether or not they take the W. We're going into map very shortly, though, and we'll see the streets of Coliseum firsthand and hopefully see what these teams are going to pick. Well, we got about 20 seconds before that happens, but I'm interested. I am invested. I'm here for it. Is Killa going to go back on the Diva, or are they going to run that more traditional brawl composition?
Oh, there's so many options here, but yeah, dude, one of the things you said when I asked you what are these teams' biggest challenges today, one of your answers was mentality, and coming off of a C9 like Bethel just did, mentality is the biggest challenge you have to overcome because you just let Dorado slip out of your hands for free. That game could have gone on longer, and it didn't. How do you respond here on Coliseum?
Ramatra, apparently. And I think the Bethel pilots... I actually like this composition. Ramatra, honestly, falling a bit out of the meta since the nerfs. At the higher level of Overwatch, he's a little bit easier to deal with now, but I still think he's a bit of a menace towards the lower tiers. The Bethel pilots are going to go with a fantastic brawl composition, though, in this Mei Ramatra play, where the Cumberland Phoenix are going to have a very similar comp. Support's going to be a little bit different, but they're going to have that Reinhardt on lock with both May and Cole Cassidy as DPS on either side. I personally would say, in terms of composition though, Berkeley, the Cumberland Phoenix has the better comp going into this game. I think Ryan is a great counter to Ramatra in his current state, and as long as they're able to keep the advantage and really keep the pressure on the pilots are going to be stuck on their back foot.
Yeah, I agree. I love Ryan-Ramatra matchups because Ramatra has a chance to take down Ryan when they Nemesis form properly and can deal damage through the Ryan shield, but if Killa knows how to time out that Nemesis form from Shy Guy and just go in and try and pummel like he's currently doing, pummel out the Nemesis form, and then when it goes down, Shy Guy has no chance at living. Daisy's doing a fantastic job here with the pocket, but it's still not enough. Killa just never stopped swinging right there.
Yeah, Daisy nearly kept Shy Guy alive. I was surprised. I thought Daisy was going to pull it through, but it was just a bit too much damage to deal with, especially with Peach being gone. Leon Master taking out Daisy with a punch and following up with a kill on Goomba. Didn't know we had a third DPS in the house, Berkeley.
Now, never doubt Leon Master there from the back line. The Baptiste can lace the lead.
And that's what we're seeing, a little bit of poisoning, that lead being a bit too much for the pilots to handle. As I say that, they're going to get 2 picks, but almost immediately the Cumberland Phoenix are getting this forward spawn. They have just a couple more inches to do it. And Berkeley, you gave me a crazy statistic last week, like in the Overwatch League, I think you said it was 80% of the people who make the forward spawn win the map.
Yeah, 80% of the teams who get the advanced spawn first win the push map. And right now it looks like Bethel are able to defend it here, but their back is up against the wall. Cumberland got awfully close, so Bethel has to come up with a big push in response, this very push.
Yeah, and they have the resources to do it, Berkeley. They've been in worse positions in this series and still made their way through. They have a perfect ult combo with the nano boost into the Ramatra ultimate Annihilation. That's going to be huge if they play it right. Cumberland Phoenix can defend with a Deadeye, albeit it will be very difficult to do so.
Cumberland can also just speed boost away from it. Bethel doesn't have a Lucio, so if Hemlock saves the speed, that's actually the best tool to deal with an Annihilation. You just hightail it out of that fight, and you can negate 2 big Bethel ultimates.
I love that Overwatch's way of nerfing the ult of Ramatra was to just run away from it. Don't go near it, and you're fine.
That time, though, they do go near it, and they pay for it. They are suffering as Ramatra has.
As he won't let us forget in any given point in time. The pilots will continue their push, and you'll notice Goomba is now on the Sojourn, and that railgun will be online. Overclock is ready to go. Cumberland Phoenix regrouping again, and they don't have the ult economy in their favor this time. They'll need to dry fight up to a point or look for a good pick.
Somehow avoiding the damage that Goomba's gonna take out. Gil actually silences Goomba right there with a sticker grenade, and that's what the Phoenix needed. Taking down Peach in the backline as well. Look at Gale get active on this flank. Does pay for it, but makes a ton of space for the Phoenix to push up. Shy Guy's going to get caught out here, and now Killa can stand strong in the front line.
Trading your Cole Cassidy for 2 kills in the backline and leaving your tank with near 180, 200 health is a win in the book of the Cumberland Phoenix. All they needed to do was stagger the pilots to a point that, like you said earlier, Berkeley, they don't have a very mobile team aside from the Sojourn and the Mercy. So if they're able to take this advantage and push this robot as far as they can, they're so close to that forward spawn that they desperately need to really secure this map.
And right now the Phoenix just kind of backed off the bot for a moment. They collected their members coming out of spawn. Goomba still has the overclocked and hasn't used it. So we have to see if Goomba makes a big impact. It is let loose here up on the high ground. Perched pretty well, but nothing's gotten taken down yet. Everything's frozen up. Tamaki can't live through it. Frozen still, an easy railgun for Goomba to land, and the pilots are looking like they're going to be pushing yet again. This one could just be going back and forth, back and forth. It might be a while before the advanced spawns are unlocked because these teams are just choosing to save their resources for when they have to defend.
They are, and I don't know if I agree with the Blizzard and the Overclock used at the exact same time. I guess their thought process was that they're going to have Annihilation up soon, and they could expend both ultimates. But you're absolutely right, Berkeley. At this point in push, before you take the forward spawn, you're ping-ponging back and forth, and the first team that staggers is the team that loses.
The first team that staggers is the team that loses. Right now we've got Gil once again trying to get active in the back line. Not enough though to take down Shy Guy, who's able to live through it. Peach with the Valk right now doing all in their power to keep the tank alive in the Annihilation. And the Annihilation, even though stunned to the floor, is there to take down Tamaki. Still standing strong as Shy Guy, moving forward effortlessly. And the bot continues to push for the pilots.
I think Killa saw the opening and decided to take it with the charge, trying to take out Shy Guy before the Annihilation was enough to kill the rest of the Cumberland Phoenix. But unfortunately falling as soon as they dive in. Killa is realizing maybe this Reinhardt isn't working, makes the swap over to this Ramatra themselves, and Leon Master will now be on the Kiriko.
And the pilots just unlocked the advanced spawns, and they used those ultimates on the offense. That was the first time a team has done that here in this push map. And Goomba actually opens up with an elimination there onto Gil. So right now we've got a 5 versus 4 advantage. Cumberland Phoenix have to backpedal here. Killa's back over to the Ramatra for the first time this game, but Goomba with blood in the water slides forward, takes down Tamaki, and they're looking to find more. Killa is at an off angle, maybe a little bit too much of an off angle. They could get caught out here as Waluigi has a blizzard and a wall in just 1 second.
The pilots have just done a better job this entire map, Berkeley, of dry fighting. We're seeing both of the damaged DPS ults back online with less than a fight later. Massive sleep coming out as well. That dart will find its target in the backline of the Cumberland Phoenix. The Kitsune Rush gonna cross-section the battlefield in an attempt for the Phoenix to defend, but they have very little people available to do so.
And it looks like the pilots could be sending us to a map 5. They're just meters away from completing Coliseum, and it looks like they've got it in the bag. Annihilation is the end game ultimate you crave in Overwatch 2, and right here it should be enough to take down the remaining Phoenix.
Yeah, Shy Guy will find it smart. Gil will get a sticky kill on Goomba, but as you said, Berkeley, that's not going to be enough. And they're going to take it with 2 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock. Bethel Esports claps back in a big way. Momentum on their side. And, Berkeley, I'll be right back. I got to let in the janitor because I think this is going to go... Oh, I guess it's not a reverse sweep. Never mind. But he's still back to clean up the mess that the Cumberland Phoenix has left for us going into this Game 5.
Get him in here. The janitor loves Overwatch anyway. It doesn't matter if it's going to be a reverse sweep or a sweep, but yeah, the pilots, they win their map pick. They send us to map 5. Cumberland are going to control the battleground. They're going to pick the stage for map 5, but we're going to be headed there in just a couple minutes. Stick around. Map 5 on deck.
Welcome back once again, folks, for this absolute barn burner of a series. It's Game 5. The Bethel Pilots taking on Cumberland Phoenix in this Champions Central Division match. Once again, I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined by Berkeley Altcharge Stevens. Berkeley, it's the second week in a row that we've had a Game 5, and I feel like the competitive integrity every season in the NECC is just upped a little bit more. The Pilots and the Phoenix, who is going to reign the victor in the skies this week?
Yeah, and these two teams, Chase, are so familiar with each other. I mean, they battle it out in playoffs like every single semester, and it's never a sweep. It's always close between these two teams, and of course, we're going to 5 in this game. It looks like Oasis is going to be the battleground that Cumberland picked for our final map of the night. And Nuke, I don't know. I don't want to say that anyone has an edge because we've been surprised so far, but the one thing that's been consistent is if you pick the map, you win the map.
That has been consistent. However, I'm a bit, I guess, surprised, Berkeley, that they banned Ilios. We've seen the Phoenix prefer more of this brawl comp on control, specifically around the Symmetra, and I feel like Symmetra has a little bit more value on Ilios. Oasis is still a great map, but I feel like it's a little bit more open.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a couple of different maps you could have gone with here. I think Control is probably the most limited game mode other than Push, so you don't have the most choices in terms of like diversity where you're going to play different comps on different maps, but the only thing that I'm really remembering from our first Control on Lijiang Tower is, one, Cumberland wanted to play Brawl a lot, and two, they won the first Control. So I guess if I have to give an edge to someone, it is going to be the Phoenix. But really, I think this one goes all 3 points. I think it's neck and neck, and Bethel has as good a chance as Cumberland to take this one away.
I think so too. In fact, I think Bethel has maybe a little bit of the edge. As Shy Guy is going to come out immediately on this Ramatra, and it is going to be a brawl fest between these teams. On Push, you kind of have an ebb and flow, but on Control, you have to fight on point if you want to take point. So we're going to see punches fly and hammers swing as both of these teams fight for Control first.
Yeah, and I do love how Shy Guy is sticking to the Ramatra. It seems like that is the answer that Bethel was looking for to take down Cumberland's strong brawl composition. They answered it with the dive, but that doesn't always work based on map geometry. Ramatra is the answer they were looking for. Both tanks get traded out here, so it's up to the Squishies to become the playmakers and the space takers.
And it's been Gil this entire series. Has been all reliable. Finding a sticky onto Peach in the backline will all but secure the point for the Cumberland Phoenix, and Gil taking 3 of those kills.
My goodness, that was max range. It had to be max range for the sticky because Peach was up in the heavens right there, but you can't get away from the homing grenade.
Not at all, and man, Gil already 80% to that Deadeye. These ults are ramping up fast. That's what I love about these brawl comps. You're dealing so much damage so fast, you're just getting ultimates left and right. It looks like the Maywall's gonna miss its mark a tad. Tamaki not quite looking for the angle. Oh, we're gonna hear an overclock in the backline, and that's Gil finding the first pick. Goomba looking to retaliate in a big way as 3 of their members fall, and point is almost lost. Goomba nearly taking point for the Pilots, but needing to back up. That's going to be a huge stagger as the Phoenix now have 67% on the board.
And Goomba's overclocked was the only ultimate used in that last fight. Cumberland didn't spend anything there. They have all 6 ultimates to close out just 25 seconds left of point 1.
They have 6? Where'd they get the extra?
They have 6, Nuke. Trust me. Just trust me. All right?
I believe it. I believe it.
First one's the Blizzard. Immortality Field counts as a second just so I can save my bacon. And they're still holding on to 4 from there. Goomba gets Nanoed, steps right up into the front line. Can't find any kills immediately, and now the Maywall shuts the door. 5 seconds left for Bethel to get a foot onto this objective as overtime starts to expire. Annihilation comes out from Shy Guy as he barrels into the backline, but Killa, who's ignored up front, takes to the skies, or takes, I guess, to the backline himself, and that's going to close it out. Nuke, right there, it was just a matter of resources, and Cumberland had all of them.
Yeah, Cumberland did have all of them, but that was a pseudo C9 again, Berkeley. The Pilots not necessarily wanting to miss that touch. They had the May ultimate while Luigi was coming in on point, bringing the Frost of the North with them. The Blizzard was popped, unfortunately, just a tad too slow to the draw, not making it in time. The Phoenix are going to go up in this point, or up a point in this map, and the Pilots now need 2 in the bank to take this victory.
And it was nice to see Cumberland having no problems at all to answer the Ramatra that was troubling them so much on Colosseo. And now that it has Bethel scratching their heads, they go back to the Wrecking Ball dive comp that's been effective here and there for them, but right now the pressure is on. Getting sweeped on point 1, that is not what I was expecting.
Me neither, and it came down, like you said earlier, to resource management and how they were utilizing what they had. I feel like they did a much better job on this dive composition. But on Oasis, is that going to make the difference? You're kind of forcing it on this point of Oasis. The next point would really be the place to bring out a dive composition. That's going to be Gil finding the first pick on Waluigi to break open this first point.
Yeah, Gil, the wing cutter, takes Peach and Waluigi, both birds out of the sky with the Peacekeeper. And now, once again, Cumberland, they waste no time pushing the gas pedal to the floor. Take it to the spawn. Bethel backed all the way up.
But Bethel does have the ult economy on their side, I'd say, Berkeley. Sure, Leon Master has Amplification Matrix, but Overclock's almost up on Goomba. They have Shy Guy almost has the minefield, sorry, drawing a blank there. They almost have the minefield as well, and that could be huge value as they are going to pop this Amplification Matrix up top and look for these kills. Overclock's going to get popped, make quick work of that May wall as Bethel Pilots are squeezing into point.
And the sound barrier from Hemlock is going to help the Phoenix live through the overclock from Goomba, but now Shy Guy disperses mines everywhere on the objective, and now Cumberland have to step carefully. Slammed into the back line is Shy Guy. He doesn't find any elims there, but he gets the Immortality Field out of Leon Master. Barrage with some cover, and it finds Killa before getting taken down by Tamaki. Did Waluigi do enough, taking down the pillar of this Cumberland Phoenix team? It looks like it is enough.
It looks like it is going to be enough. However, Gil putting up a great fight, looking for Peach's head immediately. That's going to be the nice percent for Cumberland Phoenixes. It's going to get swapped over to the Bethel Pilots. Berkeley playing a pharmacy right now is a very bold move when they have a May and a Cole Cassidy on the side of the Cumberland Phoenix. I'm surprised it's worked this long for the Pilots.
Yeah, your Zenyatta is obviously going to be very vulnerable. Goomba can keep his space pretty well, but Daisy, if they get closed onto, they're pretty much done. You're looking to hit directs right on top of Shy Guy's slams. And if they can do that, that's a ton of burst damage. But Gil's been taking people out of the sky left and right. That time gets Peach, and I think the Pilots without the Mercy Pocket just kind of fall apart here. Waluigi makes me eat my words as he takes down Leon Master, but short-lived as Gil is able to get the kill onto Waluigi as well.
Gil is just securing these final shots for the Phoenix. As I say that, getting taken out by Goomba. Caster's Curse taking full effect, but Berkeley, they're now at 76%. Bethel Pilots are retouching virtually because they have to now, and it's an opportune position for them to do so. They've now taken out 3 on the side of the Phoenix. They're in a good way. The Phoenix are at 88%, right around 90%. They got a solid, 20 to 30% out of that push. The Pilots are going to have to hold from here on out, or this is going to be a Cumberland Phoenix match 3-2.
Yeah, the Phoenix got this one into final fight territory. They have an Earth Shatter, an Ant Matrix coming up on their damage dealing ultimates as well. Bethel have some good resources to defend this with, but they don't have support ultimates. So somehow they have to find ways to live if the Phoenix can land their heavy hitters. And right now we're going to see Killa under some pressure here. As Shy Guy says, you're not getting up here. Puts the entire minefield up right on that staircase. And now working from the bottom, Killa's in some trouble, gets barraged down again. The last time they're barraged down the main tank, that was a wrap on the fight, and it looks like Phoenix is headed for the hills once more.
Waluigi really making me eat my words as well, finding a great position. If you are running this pharmacy, you don't want to be out in the open just for Gil to do aim trainer on you for. You want to be directly above them. And Waluigi finding that angle, kind of shimmying along the side of these of the natural cover on this point, getting in and getting the barrage off. That's now going to be the Pilots defending as the Cumberland Phoenix looks for their final push to take away the series.
I did not think they were getting the touch right there. It looked like the boop. I think it was Shy Guy who got the boop was going to be enough, but still. It looks like Phoenix just had to panic their way onto that point. They were so disjointed, and the pilots dissected that last attack. We're headed to a .3 of map 5 nuke. Only one of these teams can remain undefeated, and they are fighting tooth and nail to make it theirs.
Absolutely, and I think had the Phoenix, position themselves a bit better to get into that point, which it was just unfortunate, right? You can't do much against the wrecking ball diving on your backline and sending you all up into the air, but they had the Earth Shatter online. Had Killa been able to get that Shatter off, it could have been a very different point for the Cumberland Phoenix. Now 1-1, Berkeley, you're absolutely right, and I actually think the Bethel pilots have the advantage on this point. This is a very dive composition oriented point, and now the Cumberland Phoenix are sort of forced to take it to the pilots' territory. It's their airspace, as you could say.
Yeah. Honestly, Killa on the Diva could give Waluigi some troubles here, but what I was going to say is Lijiang Tower went the same way as this one. Cumberland 1.1, Bethel 1.2, Cumberland 1.3. They made the proper adjustments here, though. It looks like a dogfight is underway. Gil wins it, takes down Waluigi, but Peach is still alive. Could get the res. No, Tamaki closes in, and with the melee, removes the Mercy. Hemlock is able to res back up Leon Master, and I think from here on out, it should be easy pickings for the Phoenix.
And that's some smooth as butter synergy from the DPS backline on the Phoenix. They will... Oh, looks like we are going to see a slight touch from Shy Guy. It is going to give the rest of the pilots enough time to make their way back to point, but Shy Guy opting to get off. Cumberland Phoenix will take that point as Gil is sent back to the respawn room, and they don't have their beloved pharmacy to hold this defense.
Shy Guy knows that the railgun was hit on the Hemlock and then just slammed directly onto the Mercy. Great work there, diving, coordinating with the Sojourn to end up confirming that kill. And now it should be Bethel collecting themselves very well. They should get the point back here, but it's going to be not the easiest take in the world as Tamaki and Gil start to come alive. Daisy was rezzed back up by Peach, but this one's not over yet. The Phoenix still hold it, 30% and climbing, and they're close to a barrage, close to support ultimates as well. If they hold this one any longer, the Phoenix could clutch, but Cumberland start to fall one by one. Kill is back in the fray, but it looks like they might be kept at bay. The backside of the point is the only place Cumberland can touch.
You said the word of the day there, Berkeley, and that has got to be coordination, which we're seeing seamless coordination from the Bethel pilots in this point. Cumberland Phoenix is making great individual plays, but the pilots just know how to coordinate these dive comps and getting in, getting out, getting the targets where they need them to be, and the ult economy is just looking in their favor now. Gil will have the barrage and Killa will have the self-destruct online, as well as, I guess they will also have Valkyrie, but on the side of the pilots, they also have their Valkyrie, they have their Transcendence, and they have their Minefield, which we're going to hear popped to kick off this fight.
And Gil with the barrage takes down both damage dealers for Bethel. Hemlock reses Gil back up, Peach reses up Waluigi, so the birds are back in the battle. Daisy pops the Transcendence here, carting around to the coast side of the objective. A little bit of help there from Shy Guy to keep Daisy out of the battle for a little bit of time. But in the meantime, on the objective, Gil and Killa continuing to terrorize the pilots, and the Phoenix get the objective back.
Pilots taking 43% off that push, but the Cumberland Phoenix, like you said, taking the objective once more. I think Gil, starting off that fight with a double kill on the barrage, really set the scene for that fight. The Bethel pilots, at the end of the fight, only had Daisy and Shy Guy. With Transcendence being popped, it was a matter of time before the Phoenix retook. Now with 3 ultimates online, the Phoenix are actually in a better position to take this point, as we hear the self-destruct in the backline not find any bodies.
Nothing there. Waluigi tried to copy Gil and was taken out of the copy form, but Goomba was able to finish the kill onto Gil, and now we're starting to see the Phoenix scramble a little bit toward the back of the objective. They have to pop the Transcendence to stay alive for a moment. Gil still up in the skies trying to terrorize. Waluigi is taken down by Leon Master. Hemlock, the Mercy pocket that Phoenix relies so heavily on, is removed as well. 97%. Can the Phoenix hold on, closing out map 5 and remain undefeated? With that kill onto Shy Guy, it certainly looks possible. Closing it on Peach now, the Mercy taken down as well. Tamaki trying to do it himself all the way in the back line. The overtime wick ticks down, and the Phoenix have done it.
Wow, Berkeley. The Cumberland Phoenix pulling it together and ending out this series in such a poetic way, beating the Bethel Pilots on the dive composition that they've ran this whole series and kept the Phoenix grounded with. However, the play of the game will go to Goomba on the side of the Bethel Pilots.
And that control map was almost identical to Lijiang Tower, where Cumberland won round 1, Bethel came out with the dive on round 2 and 1, and then Cumberland go to the dive on round 3, and they're able to close out the map. I mean, that was honestly a carbon copy of Lijiang Tower, except it was on Oasis.
Yeah, it was back and forth, tit for tat. This was a crazy series, Berkeley. And I mentioned the janitor earlier in the sense of sweeps. There was no sweeps that happened here tonight whatsoever. No. Both teams were back and forth every round. It was like watching a WWE ladder match as they were climbing both sides of the ladder, berating each other down as much as they could to try to take the briefcase. The Cumberland Phoenix will win this victory today, but it is inevitable that we see these teams in playoffs, Berkeley.
Yeah, this is a regular matchup in the Champion Central Division. I am going to say that without a doubt these teams will face again. I think they play one more time, maybe in the regular season as well, but definitely this is going to be a matchup that will likely take place in the postseason. These are two of the top teams in Champs, and Cumberland Phoenix, I think they're one of 2 teams left in Champ Central that are going to be undefeated after this week.
Wow. And what an accomplishment to have, making it and sticking it down, putting your flag, planting it, saying, this is our W, we're taking it. Love what they're doing over at Bethel. Love what they're doing over at Cumberland. And props to both of those teams. It's like I say every time we see a close series like this, Berkeley, of course they're going to see each other in play. They've played in NECC for well over 2 years now, but they've got a good scrim partner in the other team.
Yeah, whenever you have a game go 5 maps in competition, partner up. That is how you improve drastically throughout the season. I hope they do it, but Chase, it's that time of the match where who is your player of the game?
Oh man, Berkeley, it's a tough one. It's between Gil and Killa for me. Killa just had the versatility and the tank swaps, needing to pick the Devo and swapping back to the Reinhardt when needed, but Gil securing all of the kills when necessary and making big plays in the backline for the Cumberland Phoenix. I'm torn. What are your thoughts?
Both good picks. I gotta go with Killa, so I'm glad that you said that name. If I had to pick somebody from Bethel, I might have gone with Goomba or Waluigi, one of the damage dealers. Shy Guy did great on Wrecking Ball, but I think Killa playing Diva at this high of a level is something no one expects to see. I think if you're diving with Wrecking Ball, maybe a Winston, not a Diva. Killa performing that well on a hero that's considered niche just puts them as the player of the game in my mind.
I would have to agree with you. I think it'll edge towards Killa for the versatility. Gil had the aim trainer on lock and definitely was hitting the shots, but that's what you're expecting your DPS to do, right? Killa just was versatile in every turn of the corner. So I would agree with you. Yes, it's going to go to Killa on the side of the Cumberland Phoenix.
Well, you got to stay tuned for the next one. Nuke and I are going to be done, but University of Oregon and Fisher is going to be your Legends Division match up next. It's been fun casting. You can follow us on Twitter if you want to keep up with us at our little links down here. And as always, a great job to Bryce and Hippie who are on production tonight. That's all for the 2 of us. We'll see you next Thursday, but enjoy the next Legends Division game coming up in just a bit.
Hello, collegiate esports fans. It's game number 3 for the NECC, week number 3. As well, I'm at a class here with LaFon for the last game of the day on this stream. It's Legends West that we're going, and LaFon, it's a matchup.
It is, and I mean, this is the Legend division, one of the more competitive divisions that we've got in the NECC in terms of the expectations of these teams. Right, we really do expect these teams to put on a performance that is hotly contested, and as a result, I think mirroring a lot what we see towards tier 2 and above in terms of compositions and play. So that's going to be, I think, an interesting look as we head into the action for this final game of the day for this lovely Thursday. And Men of Class, I mean, teams that we are quite familiar with.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Fisher College coming in here. A little bit of an up-and-comer of the last collegiate season already. I wouldn't say they came out of nowhere. Obviously, we did see him coming from a mile away. But definitely a fresh addition to the scene. Neb, Avani, Kabe, Abs, and Forgotten. Many of these also not unfamiliar names outside of the collegiate scene. So always good to see them get a double home, not just thinking about their esports future, but their esports future as a whole.
Yeah, and I mean, for Cabe specifically, I think this is a player that on the DPS, right? Expectations are quite high for him. Realistically, you kind of play around a lot of the DPS play that he brings to the table. So that's something to highlight for Fisher specifically. As we move on to the team that they're playing against, though, the University of Oregon stepping to the forefront. This is perhaps not as, at least in the scheme of collegiate itself, not as familiar names across the board.
No, definitely not. But as we've seen in the past, collegiate scene is a versatile place and can definitely come up with some surprises here and there. So definitely, just because we don't know names all the time or they're not as familiar doesn't mean we can't get familiar with them. And that they can't show us something surprising and maybe cause a little bit of a dent in the record of Fisher. Fisher currently already down one game, but they had to play against Northwood, who are obviously one of those rosters that we're expecting to go very far into the bracket, if not take it all the way. And therefore not a surprise that Fisher got that loss.
Yeah, that's the one thing to kind of notice with the record, right? University of Oregon being at that 2-0, it's because, I mean, not to take credit away from them, but you have to highlight the fact that Fisher did play Northwood, and Northwood is one of the upper echelon teams just in general. I mean, expectations for Northwood is to be, challenging for that number 1 position overall. So the fact that Fisher lost them doesn't speak a whole lot coming into this game now. I think the pressure still lies on the University of Oregon. I think they are the ones that need to set the sort of the marker of this game, because again, look at that 1-1 record. It's easy to kind of dismiss Fisher, but again, as we said, it's a team that has been in big moments before. They've won championship tournaments before. We know that they're capable of playing under pressure. So the same cannot be said for the University of Oregon, and we need, as a result, to kind of see them come out of the gate swinging early.
And of course, because it is the NECC, because we're in the regular season, we're going to have a first of 3 series starting with Control. Afterwards, going to move over to some other map types, of course. But first of all, that's where we're going to go off to. And first map of the night. I'd say let's get it started. As we go to Lijiang Tower, where else could we start on a night of Overwatch LaFon? It's always Lijiang Tower, isn't it?
Yeah, one of the few reasons we don't spend a ton of time talking about the first map anymore is because it's somewhat predictable, right? It is going to be Lijiang Tower the majority of the time. In fact, it's more of a surprise when it's not. As a result, I think expectations have already been met. We know how these teams are going to play here, right? In terms of Control Center, which is where we're hovering on for our first round, it's likely going to be Brawl or some form of close quarters combat with a lot of high damage throughput. There's a lot of close areas, not a lot of avenues to rotate very quickly, so you tend to have a lot of sustain and burst to sort of mitigate against those two sides of the offense and defense. With that being said, you see the University of Oregon esports green on your right-hand side of the screen. Fisher takes the left in blue, and I think the one thing to kind of highlight is if Putter is going to stay on the Symmetra, teleporter, a lot of damage, and of course the turrets to slow things down. Meanwhile, Cabe going to option off with the wall, blocking out the Reinhardt.
Double Reinhardt coming out. Good wall instantly to block off Pyukumuku. With that, Reinhardt gets taken out. Both Reinhardts falling eventually, but it's definitely Fisher that takes the lead in this fight. Taking out a full 5 members. Flatline spawns a little bit too quickly for the gong to ring. That's a very convincing fight win right there for Fisher.
I mean, Forgotten, we saw firsthand why Forgotten is one of the more premier DPS players in collegiate. You know, Cabe not going to get as much of a chance to shine on this particular section because of the mage, it's not nearly as explosive. But the Cassidy's already out of things, so it's going to be a 4v5 as Fisher re-enter the fight.
Definitely a time for Cabe to show up, but immediately gets the headshot onto Potter as Avani shows off that the Tokyo Drift Reinhardt is also going to be a Shanghai Drift Reinhardt coming up here with the Lijiang Tower pick. And chase a couple victims spawn, but yeah, I mean, that's a convincing fight win. What else can we say about it?
Unfortunately, I think UO Esports Green overestimated the space they had to work with, right? They did get that pick up onto Forgotten, but by the time they were into the actual fight itself, the rest of Fisher were there. Now, I mean, we're into the ultimate portion of the game, and I would expect to see Neb use the window, and there it is. Yeah, Fire Strike right through it.
That was an early wall use, so there was a little bit of an opportunity to potentially go in, but they say, you know what, we don't need a wall. We have an amplification matrix, so we have a lot of damage to follow up in it too. And you know what the surprising part is? It's like the 4th fight already. We're still only on 50% Lafon. There's so much of this map still to be played.
Oh, now here comes the shenanigans from Fisher College. Blizzard out of spawn.
No. Back into spawn you go. To the Lucio and the Reinhardt up on the high ground. Oh, Lucio actually getting back into spawn. Reinhardt not so gonna be so lucky. UO Esports Green. They're looking for an opening. They're looking for something to work with. That pick on Forgotten looked like one earlier on. Now they're going to use the wall here on the high ground, but it was just the Mei that went there. Not the entire team committing instantly. Now they finally do. It's just going to be a Mei in a block stalling for the rest of the team to follow up on any shenanigans happening up on that high ground. And we never really see fights taking place here, because why would you ever fight just outside the enemy spawn door? But they're so confident, Fisher, here. They have nothing to worry about.
This is the mark of a team that I think expects to be at that top end. I don't think those two picks matter. They won't even touch is the question. We'll get the Lucio there, but that's about it.
He's actually gonna go to cap. Just pushes Step off the objective. Now the Reinhardt gets there, misses the shatter. Beautiful jump away from Neb. Oh, that's gotta hurt if you're Prukumuku. That is not what you want to see in your kill feed. Your Reinhardt shattering and then the jumps away. I know, Exo Boots, very helpful ability at times.
Oh boy, that's an unlucky showcase there from UO Esports Green. At least they do get 13% of the objective.
Yeah, it's not 100
Glass half full and all that.
You can say that. We did get 100-0, guys.
This is the one thing for Fisher though that I think we can really dial in though, because this is a team that plays with swagger, right? There is a cockiness to their style, and you know we've talked to Neb before. You know we've been you know we've heard their side of the kind of the argument, and they do like to play with that aggression. And here, I mean, it really hasn't punished them yet, but that's something to consider moving into the future where they're playing against teams that are going to challenge for that first place position. Does that expectation continue? Can they continue this level of punishing presence when you know they get shut down? And I think that's going to have to be the real difference maker here for them. Can they tighten things up and close out this map 100-0?
The question is always, how much do you lose, or how much does the enemy team lose before they can finally break through that iron hold onto the spawn lord like that? UO Esports Green does get to the point first with the Symmetra here, so they do have a little bit of a better position. Trading out Symmetras over here. Abs is looking for a little bit of a disruption in that backline. So far, no cigar. Now gets Lucio'd on the other end. Both Baptistes are out as well, so just a Lucio as a support for University of Oregon Green. And they do actually get that fight win as a result. Good consolidation on the point, I'd say.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, not to take anything away from University of Oregon, because that was a great fight, recognizing their players were out of position. But this is a mark that Fisher has against them. It's that level of greediness sometimes in their play that forces them to over-aggress and take angles. Forgotten does it just there, right? Gets picked up in the open, and now they're playing a 4v5. They're not taking a fight front to back. They're sort of trying to skirmish their way in, and UO Esports not having any of it.
They're now very much smoking up, just trying to sort out their team play. They can deal with the individual plays that Fisher's trying to make. The High Noon not getting much. Needs to get a couple of resources out, and Putter just following up on the chunk damage that was done from the High Noon itself. Yeah, you have a Bastion in the middle. That's fine. Just hang out in the garden a little bit, wait until his transformation's on. Looking for the Bastion ult to come out, maybe get some value. But just gets taken out by Magician. Nothing magic about that one. That was a simple click on the Bastion right there.
And Fisher College not particularly resetting. They're kind of taking fights all over the place. You'll see Cabe switch over to the Cassidy now off the experimental Bastion. But I mean, that's about 2/3 of the point gone, right? UO Esports chalking up ever closer to that 100 marker.
Sometimes you can just have a little bit of a thing. Oh, just charges past, gets booped away. Avani not lucky there. I mean, it's not even luck, just skill from Lucio on the other side. Flatline doing a great job there. Looking for a little bit more value. Abs is trying to do the similar thing, but enough hold on to the ledge there for a UO Esports screen in order to hold on. Abs is getting taken out at face value. Nothing happening there. Avani's coming from the back now. He was trying to set up for a shatter. Will indeed let that go, but nothing gets hit by that. Now he knows what it feels like to not hit a shatter on a Baptiste. That's 95% and counting. I don't know if anyone can get back. Maybe Abs can touch because he died first.
Yeah, Abs will get there, but
oh,
it doesn't even touch. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? There's no way the Lucio's stalling long enough anyway. And I mean, you know, credit to UO Esports Green there. That is, it's really easy to be demoralized when you get spawn camped on that first round as badly as you did. But it's pretty clear, you know, not to give Fisher College any defense here because they didn't earn it, right? They didn't kind of give themselves a chance to play this. If you're going to play such a hyper-aggressive style with that level of cockiness in your gameplay, you have to simply win both rounds 100-0, right? You can't be, you know, disrespecting your opponents coming into this. And I think Fisher College did a little bit too much of that. And UO Esports don't get caught up in their opponent's game. They just play the style that they need to, and as a result, they get that first, or they get a round to their name. And a lot of credit has to be given to them for not falling for the gambit that Fisher College attempted to bring forward.
I also like this way. There's pathing over the other side of the map. Don't go over the bridge, which a lot of teams will do, and then lose that clash. Now they're putting themselves in the hallway. The Maywall's already been used from Forgotten, so they don't have to worry about that. The Tracer around the back from Putter. A lot of annoyance to deal with from a Tracer in the back line. They will lose THL beginning. It's not going to be easy to work with, and Kabe able to no, Cave, sorry, not going to quit the NECC. I'm sorry, guys. Flatline with a double environmental though. A little bit of an easy re-entry if they want to get back quickly.
Looks like they were able to bring everyone back into contention. Putter takes a headshot from Cabe. Will have to be a reset, and this is now unfortunately back to round one in terms of the performance by Fisher College. I mean, if you're a UO Esports Green fan.
Oh, looking for that charge. Will not get it again. Nice loop and stall from Flatline there. Cabe is looking for it. It's not going to be able to get it. Another environmental from Flatline. They're really looking for him here, and they're also getting him. It's the third already on the board for this round. Love to see it from Lucios onto Lijiang Garden. Nice aggression here onto the Mei of Forgotten. We'll be able to get them out of the fight a little bit. Doesn't really matter. The rest of the team will still get value. Esports Green is definitely putting a lot of value into that Lucio at the moment.
Oh, Flatline won't have the run through any longer. Abs puts him down. I mean, tragically, the fact that elimination comes in, that's a good shatter, but I don't think anyone can follow up.
Forgotten out of the fight early though. No Maywalls to worry about. Get the Putter on the Mei on the other side, so trying to counter with their own Ice Queen. Be able to do so. Nice charge there. Doesn't quite stop it early. Oh, barely does it. I thought that THL was going to be fine there. Not going to happen though. Neb and Avani will both find elimination there. You can see it as well. Fisher it doesn't mind going for these eliminations and giving up some kills on their own side, because they can just keep fighting with fewer members. They don't mind having limited numbers, limited resources. Like you said, that overconfidence, that aggression, really putting them well. Oh, Magician rolls off the map there, unfortunately. No environmental kills necessary if they just give it up themselves. But there is the aggression coming out from the Reinhardt. Beautiful Blizzard from Forgotten will unfortunately freeze a couple of people up. There goes the Reinhardt. The symmetric turrets are oh so annoying to deal with. This chaotic last fight eventually looks like it will go to Fisher. You always can count on some surprises potentially coming out from UO Green. Not happening this time around, though. Maybe Lucio will touch once more, but that's about it.
Yeah, this one will be 100-0 for the third round. So first and last round handily in Fisher's favor, and I mean the real standout there for University of Oregon, though, for me, is their presence on round number 2.
Yeah,
it's, as I said, it's really easy to fall into the game that Fisher wants to play. So to be able to reset once Fisher, overstays sort of their welcome in terms of that aggression and still play a cohesive style is something to be, I think, lauded. Yeah, it doesn't win them the map, of course, but it definitely warns Fisher that they can't just get away with absolutely everything they want to. And, that gives an opportunity, at least for the second half of the series, once we load into maps 2 and beyond.
Yeah, that is definitely what is going to happen in the future. And I mean, Oregon, of course, has to look out like where are the weaknesses of Fisher, and I think the weakness of Fisher is very apparent. It is their overconfidence, their overaggression at times.
Yeah.
And it's, if you're able to keep your composure like they were able to do on round 2, then there is lots to punish there, a lot to do there. And I think the gimmickiness that Legion Tower can sometimes bring with it, the enclosed part of control center, the bridge part of gardens is definitely something that helps with that overaggression. It helps put some extra chaos in the mix. But if we go to most hybrid escort and push maps, there's not really that much of that gimmick going on. So maybe there is a little bit more of an opportunity for punishment there.
Yeah, I think, man, the expectation is that we go to King's Row here for map number 2, considering that we opened up with we opened up with a brawl, and then it stayed. That brawl composition stayed on all 3 submaps. I would be surprised if we don't go to a map that kind of favors that element of gameplay, which King's Row very much does, and of course it being the most picked map that we have overall. We do have to, I think, talk about Fisher, though, because they essentially shut out on the 2 rounds that they won. They shut out their opponent. And aside from the fact that they refused to group up and take a 5v5 fight on the second phase, they were, I think, mechanically just ahead of their opponent at certain times. Forgotten, on the Cassidy on round number 1, sort of rolls up and hits headshots in a row. This is one of the things that I think you need to kind of have, if you want to shut down Fisher, you have to find a way to just slow down Forgotten while not opening up your front line, because that is the other thing. As much resources as Forgotten kind of gets, it opens up Avani for a lot of damage on that tank roll.
It really does, and I think as well we go to King's Row, there's a lot of potential to see that may come out again. Worked very well for the Malijiang Tower. There was a lot of blockage, a lot of annoyance that came out of having her around. Now, I won't say that Oregon didn't try and match the Mei. They definitely did, and I don't think it was necessarily super ineffective, but they were always behind on the Mei. They never really got their own blizzards off. They were always the ones that were react picking the Mei to the Mei that was already on the field from Fisher. So we can see some more proactive Mei play or some proactive anti-Mei play. Maybe get some aerial combat in there from afar potentially. Then there is an opportunity potentially to do something, do it. But the full mirror so far has not really been seemed to work out for Oregon.
It's really tough when you highlight that because of the mechanical prowess that Cave and Forgotten have, right?
Correct.
I think that's one of the things too, is that can you shut down a player who's just going to make play, like just going to be able to, hit their shots 4 in a row and just take down 2 players, That's kind of the tough thing. So you have to find a way to slow down the hit scan of Fisher College, at least in as much as you can.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at here what Dave is setting up for, a very good opportunity for some Junkrat shenanigans here on King's Row, of course. Gone already setting up on the Widowmaker, trying to not even let them get close. I think both the spam as well as the Widowmaker, and you can see like the entirety of their comp is kind of set up of not playing as a solid unit together in terms of grouping up. Very more spread out, mobility, range, constant poke, spam. It's great what they've got going on, but if they use the abilities correctly, or if they can get split off, soloed out, then yeah, they could potentially be taken out. That being said, Magician is first to fall for Oregon, and Potter soon to fall. Forgotten already showing up on that hit scan roll. 3 for their own. Almost make it 4. Not gonna happen just yet, but eventually they'll find another one, I'm sure. Yeah, 3 kills down, all from a Widowmaker. What are you going to do now? Well, Putter's going to pick the Widow of their own.
See if they can actually take down Forgotten, though. Forgotten more than comfortable taking these very aggressive Widow duels.
Why not? They've been working out so far. The charge in there for Pyukumuku. Not going to work out. Ab's going to take down Magician early. Another punch in from the Doomfist of Avani. Not going to get much out of it. At least we'll stall out and make it go shorter and longer. There's a fight duration that just comes with the territory of a Doomfist. If they constantly keep them looking behind them, progress is going to be slow.
Avani actually, Avani is like, the fact that this Doomfist is staying in the back line, realistically not getting as much resources as perhaps you would expect for the tank player. And realistic, I mean, UO Esports has to find a way to all in aggress and take down this Doomfist, because there should not be an opportunity for them to escape as easily as they are.
It's a problem. Oh, they get the double kill instantly. The Baptiste and the Junkrat out of it. That's how you do it. Just instantly speed in with the amplification matrix. Take down 3. Forgotten can't react and kill that many in time. Looking for a bunch of headshots here from the clock tower. Well, from the ledge, honestly. A window goes through other windows. Still a shield in the way. Magician's gonna have your number if you try and peek that again and again. That's gonna be the points taken. Doomfist and the Junkrat trying to come in, not quite on time. They do elimination straight after. They potentially could set themselves up for another spawn camp situation. Potter finds Forgotten. That's a lot of sightlines lost there for Fisher. Not that they care. They're just going to keep pushing, of course. At least they lost him for a little bit.
I mean, this is the thing about Fisher. You gotta live by that aggression and die by it. If you're not careful when you're playing on this knife's edge, you will just lose fights. And the downside to it, or sorry, I suppose the upside from Fisher College's perspective, is that you're going to overwhelm your opponent every once in a while. And you know, right now Fisher College has made the most of it for the most fights.
And we've seen this approach. We used to call this the selfless approach from way back in the day. There's very few people might actually still remember that now. The cave already being found by the High Noon. And this is the reason why this often works, this strategy. The amount of resources your enemy has to expend sometimes to get out of that spawn door. That was a High Noon. That was a Shatter. We saw the Infrasight come out to see where they were so you can set up the play. Now you only have a sound barrier left. Maybe you're gonna have that amplification matrix. So look at what Fisher's working with.
I mean, Fisher also invested in that fight a little bit. There was the we call it the Kitsune Rush towards the start of it. So UO Esports responds in kind. It's certainly not an easy setup for them, but at least they do make progress down the choke point. And actually, this is even better. They're gonna force the meteor strike for sure here.
Potter finds 2. Already half the backline taken out. Only gonna have abs left. Looking for a little bit more, but yeah, Fisher no longer having a solid place to hold and attack from. Now in a bit of a bad situation for Un getting taken out again. This is gonna be a very quick push here from University of Oregon Esports Green. Wasn't that quite fast initially, of course, so they're still sort of getting out at an average speed, but it's something.
Ooh, Abs on a flank here, trying to find some eliminations, but that's a healer that's just not with their team, and so Avani with the Ant Matrix facing them down just gets taken out. UO Esports
out
playing
from Neb as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're playing as a unit. Like, this is kind of what happened on Night Market as well. See so many solo or singular units on the side of Fisher trying to run around and get eliminations, but they're not quite getting the kills on their own. And then there's just enough healing for Flatline and THL to just keep those targets alive. And then you have Magician, Putter, and Pyukumuku just answering in kind, making sure that those singular targets do get taken out on Fisher's side. Now we get the swap from Cave onto the Bastion.
Putter also has sort of opened this map up as well with some very big elimination. Yeah.
From back in the Widowmaker, tries to answer back, will get taken out, but they found 2 off their own. Avani charges in aggressively, will find Putter. And there is the aggression that we were waiting for. They're kind of trying to reestablish that hold that they had on after the first checkpoint got taken. In that spawn door, Cabe all the way behind here. Like, this is such a risky position to do as well. He tries to jump up on the roof, doesn't quite make it. They're going to probably try again. No one's going to notice on the side of Oregon Green. Unless Putter showed it with the other side, but I think that's where he's caught out. Nope.
Yeah,
Sound
more
barrier. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Neb will take 2 with him somehow. Some way, somehow that happens with the application matrix. And then you can see, like, even though 2 members die, they just take 2 with them. And your respawns are closer on defense, so it doesn't matter. Take some Putter as well. That's Forgotten. It will roll a little bit further forward, but not to a very worrying degree. Forgotten just gets to back off. Will be taken out by Flatline, actually. Embarrassing aggression now from Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, good play by Oregon to not let Fisher walk all over them. If Fisher wants to take 1v1s, don't give it to him. Make it a 3v1. You know, that's more than okay here. If you're a University of Oregon, that's a Kitsune Rush that's not going to find a ton of value, and both supports are now dead, so it finds 0 value.
Yep. Otter gets a double once again. They're not really fights, they're just picks that happen every now and then. It's really weird. There's constantly this stream of elimination slowly going one after the other. It is going to be Oregon, though, pushing it all the way into the end. Neb cannot really do anything about that on their own. We have a Bastion ult, but what's that realistically going to do? Absolutely nothing. I mean, 56 seconds on the clock. University of Oregon is actually going to complete King's Row. You're going to be able to do it. So now Fisher, they do have to complete the map. Luckily for them, that's all they have to do. No time to worry about, because of course everything under a minute means that completion is enough to force overtime rounds. But yeah, completion is still something they're gonna have to do.
And yeah, we'll see Fisher College. The thing is, I have absolute faith in Fisher College too. If they play as a 5-player unit, right? If they actually play as a squad, I have full expectation for them to complete the map, but you know, we haven't really seen much of that from them. In general, it has been a lot of chaos, and UO Esports has simply just not succumbed to it, right? Haven't really fallen prey to the objective that Fisher College is attempting to execute, and with that in mind, I mean, yeah, a really solid completion of King's Row.
And you do really have to wonder as well when you look at a team like Fisher, like the pure raw skill that comes out of a lot of these individual players, how much they would get out of that if they would employ it as a more, it feels like if they employed more as a team. Because obviously there is team play to it, what they do. It's not like complete, just everyone for themselves. But it does feel like they are using the potential of their team to the fullest sometimes with these with individual geared plays. But yeah, let's see if they maybe change that up a little bit. We see them change it in the future if it's a matchup specific thing. For now, though, I'm going to try and teleport potentially past the choke. Don't think they think it's necessary. There's no May to worry about, but it's going to be Bastion versus Bastion. It's a top half strat indeed. Bastion up onto the statue. Haven't seen that in a while, but it's back, especially because you're not set up statically as Bastion anymore, so you can instantly drop down. More of a Li Zhang night market strat almost. They do immediately take position on the point. Teleport goes in behind them again, but Cabe initially split up because the teleporter gets destroyed immediately. And unfortunately, that's DPS down, and they're going to be a full chase down from Oregon. 4 down, 1 to go, but I think, Abs is not even going to get out.
Putter with a
Beautiful
really good
defense.
Yeah, Putter with a really good play there. Puts enough spam pressure down with the first transformation to force Immortality Field out, but then plays a very passive look until the next one comes in. By that point, the Immortality Field is not back up in time and is able to burn down 2 more players. So nice setup by the DPS of UO Esports, and certainly an approach was made on that fight by Fisher College.
That was too early. That was just too early the way that those DPS went in. There was nothing else to help them out with. Yet really, again, Abs just showing their face before the Reinhardt team's ready to help them out. Cade now going in on the Reaper. Would have changed up. Beautiful application matrix. A lot of damage with that double fire strike. Gonna set up. Wait until they come around the corner. Wait until the amp matrix is gone. Now the fight's gonna ensue. Shatter is ready here for Pukumuku. Will he be able to find the value? The Bastion ult gets Neb in the backline. Both Baptiste's gone now. It's the perfect time to go at it. Maybe use that Shatter, but they don't even have to. Another double kill comes out. High noon plus some Bastion firepower. means that UO Esports Green is 2 minutes closer to potentially just full holding here.
Really create a really good set down by the Bastion ultimate actually to trap Neb. What an aggressive forward push by Fisher.
Now trying to force the issue here. Nana boost onto a transform Bastion should normally make that happen. But the shatter was saved from Pyukumuku. They immediately throw it down onto that blue glowing Bastion. The electric Omnic, as we like to call him nowadays. Not going to be able to get anything done. The ultimate will finally found something and follow up in PHL as well. But it's still a back and forth between these two teams. The application matrix might just do enough to take down Avani and Neb. But nope, it's Avani with the firepower and 2 supports behind him. That's what you call the Chad Hart play. If you have enough healing, you can just keep swinging that hammer.
UO Esports unfortunately commit a lot to that fight. We'll have to take this next engagement without anything left, and so Fisher, I think this is where they look to try and put Avonia in with the... Try and put this Reinhardt to success, have the Shatter try and get past that shield of their opposition.
It's a cool strategy to just temporarily switch to the Ana, just to get your Reinhardt a little bit more backline, a little bit more backbone, if you want to call it that way. Avani now in a bit of a precarious spot, but the Metallic fields out, will throw down the Shatter, gets a punch on the ground. The follow-up is certainly there. Will not be able to push onto that Magician. She's going to be able to potentially get away with Cassidy. A couple of shots maybe were forgotten. We'll get them eventually. Right? It should be, yeah, it should be the end of Magician. I say it's not going to be a living Cassidy with a shield in the way. And there's the aggression again from Fisher.
I mean, a lot of poke phase here for Fisher. Trying to get that first elimination before anyone can kind of contest. It's a lot of damage.
Oh,
Dueling Cassidy's with Deadeye. Oh, but what happened to Maywall? No!
It was the British standoff, as we like to call it, on King's Row. Oh, as the Bastion ult trying to come out from the defense. Will not get anything frozen in the Blizzard. Will Pyukumuku fall? The Reinhardt on both sides now being eliminated. It is just up to the front, to the back and the mid lines from both teams. DPS and the supports trying to have to do everything in their power to hold on to the control of this engagement. Looks like Oregon has a little bit of an upper edge with that one extra Lucio that they have. And both Immortality Fields gone. Once again, they're trading out abilities in a mirror fashion here on these times. There is finally the sound barrier advantage potentially from Neb. The wall blocks the Shatter, and with 1.49 meters to go, they are almost there, but not quite for checkpoint B. There it will, it will still not go. High Noon comes out from Forgotten. Magician doesn't even have it ready yet, and eventually, with enough damage, they will be able to push into this checkpoint. University of Oregon, though, bought a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, Ab's still, though, the highlight-worthy player of that fight, right? The sound wave to keep the Reinhardt up in the air long enough for Cade to react with the wall. Still very much a chance for UO Esports Green to hold this one through. They've made the Matrix sing tonight, has THL, so see if they can continue to do it. The Maywall not going to survive for very much longer, and that forces everyone back, especially the Voni being quickly bursted down.
So far, the posturing for control. At some point, this is going to explode into a fight again, but they're definitely going to wait for Avani, of course. First Shatter ready for that Reinhardt to get the Blizzard again from Cade as well. See if they can get the value out of that. Up with the High Nuke, try and counter. They do get Cade before they can use the Blizzard. That is a back and forth in terms of trading. The Reinhardt gets out. Abs finds that elimination. Looks for the Baptiste here. Does putter on the Bastion. Doesn't find an elimination with it, but at least buys a lot of space and time for the rest of the team. 1:30 on the clock before they have to actually get that payload to the end. There's the aggression. Once again, Forgotten with the High Noon. They barely have their players back and they're already engaging. Really timing it off the respawn. And with the magnetic grenades as well as the High Noon itself, there's just shot after shot landing from the 6-shooter. Peacekeeper, Revolver trying to get its value, and with the rest of the team being zoned. Maybe a 150 completion here for Fisher College. as University of Oregon gets a couple of seconds on the clock, and we're going to go into overtime rounds here, LaFon.
Yeah, not a huge time bank difference from these teams. UA Esports actually have been doing a good job of kiting the damage from the Deadeye. The end fight there really comes down to the fact that Blizzard is also available. And so as Pyukumuku moves forward, the rest of the team gets hit with the Blizzard. It's tough kind of half or combo rather to kind of deal with if you're the defense. But I will say the Deadeye itself is not getting a ton of value. They're actually finding ways to turn that pressure around. And even as Fisher tries to zone out UA Esports Green, it ends up being a case of UA Esports getting a little bit more value. So definitely have kept Forgotten in check significantly more than they did on Lijiang Tower. And it has meant that they now get 3 points on King's Row with a chance to get to that second round and try and take this map away.
I think the May of Cabe also serves a very important purpose, not just for like fight initiation, but also to deny UO Esports to actually not fight. Because a lot of the time they're kiting those damages, like whether it's from the High Noon or from a Bastion or from whatever, like they're kiting damage and they're trying to back off before they re-engage. The slingshot maneuver, as we call it, or rubber band, whatever you want to terminology you want to use. But then that wall's in the way; they can't actually back off as far as they want to, and they still have to fight. That might make engagements a little bit more favorable. Now, of course, the May's there to just stop the engagement happening altogether, or to split the team off in a very harsh way. Doesn't quite do it there, though. A little bit too early or too close with the wall.
Ooh, this is a very tough window to be in. Yeah, with no damage getting brought through with the transformation of the Bastion, that is a disaster for UA Esports. They just don't have nearly as much consistent mid-range pressure as the Cassidy and the May together, right? Your window of opportunity when you're running Bastion is that couple seconds when you're transformed. Yeah. So you'll get one more chance of this. You are UO Esports.
15 seconds and counting. They do engage once again. Of course, the High Noon very close for Forgotten, as well as the Amplification Matrix for Neb. Very hard fight to win, but they take out one of these targets early, and Neb is indeed the first to fall. Magician putting that target on their backs. And Avani goes down as well. A very good start to the fight for UO Green as they take out more and more members. Forgotten a little bit too overzealous once again on that flank, trying to get a couple of targets, but just gets left behind in the dust. Everyone ran past them, past the hotel, straight on to the point.
Well, they keep themselves going. Do UO Esports Green and have actually caught up mostly in terms of the meaningful resources. I already talked about the fact that Forgotten has not got as much value from the Deadeye as UO Esports has been able to kite away from most of that damage. Here, that strength is going to be mitigated because they do have to stay on the cards. Leave the payload, and the overtime, of course, will evaporate. So we'll have to play around this Ant Matrix. If you are UO Esports, Fisher only have to really win one fight.
Cart's a pretty good shield, though, if you want to use it against the Deadeye. So still might be useful as a tool, even if they have to stay on it. To get the extra environmental value. It's a worry that no one's on the high ground behind them. They are checking flanks really well after what's been happening to them so far in this game. The High Noon finally coming out with the good Bastion ult to try and counter that space. And there's a transformation from Puttery coming in. The Shatter to follow up after the shield's broken. And they just get a double kill. The High Noon to follow up. Abs doesn't get charged, but doesn't have to. One surviving member will go down as well. And with that beautiful play, UA Esports Green just gets to continue this cart.
I mean, that was a picture-perfect example of what I was talking about a bit in terms of dodging the Deadeye's damage. Fisher thought that was going to be their win condition. In fact, UO Esports plays them like a fiddle and gets a lot more progress. This, though, should be the fight that Fisher College wins, simply because the combination of the Blizzard and the Shatter will not allow anyone to stay on the objective. Before that, though, UO Esports gets the second point,
They want to use the environment. It's more enclosed here, but they're still engaging fairly early. Still an opportunity to run away. The Immortality Field will not shave THL. There goes Magician. The Shatter is beautiful, and the follow-up is there. Just Pyukumuka and Flatline to stay alive. They're not going to be long for this world. That's going to be a round end. UO Esports Green gets 5 points and points 29 meters on the cart. Up to Fisher College to beat that distance.
I mean, the story of this second half is not the fact that Fisher were able to stop the payload there. Really, it's UO Esports losing the first fight as dominantly as it was, and sort of as one-sided as it could have been, and being able to turn 3 fights in a row to get to that second objective point. Right, that is truly the highlight, and the corner that we currently find ourselves looking at, being able to work around the ant matrix, around the sound barrier, and around the Deadeye. All 3 of those playing it to perfection to get themselves further in the map, I think shows the level of cohesion this squad has, and their mid-fight reads on how to approach, what cooldowns to use. That's really impressive stuff here from UO Esports.
You love to see it as they keep continuing this map. I mean, 115 is not a lot of time to work with. UO Esports barely had less than that, and we saw it. One first fight loss basically almost decides a point like that. It was a very miraculous way almost UO Esports Screen was able to cap that first point. Didn't quite see how NECC went down in that engagement where they finally were able to get it, unfortunately. Love to be able to have replays, but that's unfortunately not how that works over here, of course. Go see where that fire strike gets anything. The first one goes into the door, the second one does get a little bit of value. So maybe trying to get some ultra out of that, but it's Putter that takes a little bit early. Easy entrance through the choke from Fisher Collar. She's going to make to the point once again. We saw this on the first attack that they did. Nothing to worry about just yet from UO Esports Green. They want them to be in that corner. They want them to be able to spam at them at full force, but it's going to be Putter that goes down first. One of the primary utility primary tools they had in mounting a successful defense or offense for that matter. That's going to be the first point gone already, Lafon. 37 seconds on the clock.
Fisher transform the May wall that Cade uses into the cooldown that Putter has to. And, we already talked in this map how that is the window of opportunity that you have if you're running a Bastion. With it gone, you're sort of forced to kind of wait. That would allows Fisher College, when that damage threat is off the table, you just run forward as a squad, and you have that better mid-fight, rather. Cable, also a very early pickoff. So they'll get some more progress, but they are now in overtime. So it is a one-fight territory here for UO Esports Green, and they should get 2 fights out of this map at this rate.
Yeah. There is a lot of ultimates aligned for Fisher. So they are looking at a bit of a better position for at least this fight. But if you drain all those ultimates, if you're UO Esports, you're going to be in a great spot to win the next one. Of course, you're going to want to try and win every fight. But that is a thought you can have. Nice amplification Mitch started off with already from Neb. That's going to be 1 kill against the backboard of the wall. With Pukumuku gone, there's no way the UO Esports is going to take this fight. But that's 1 ultimate only used. Still 2 in the bank and 2 close from Avani and Abs. And that's 1 more fight to go.
Ooh, they're trying to hunt down Putter.
Oh,
they don't even get the Lucio. Putter does not get the Lucio.
Nope.
Forgotten is there in time, and I think that means that that's it. No one else can touch.
Yeah. Oh, but they have to wait. They have a little bit of time. They have a little bit of time because it's the payload activation on point 2, but they don't touch in time enough afterwards. And that's indeed going to be the completion. They could have made it. They couldn't quite get the anti-CC going. Unfortunately, no one could touch. But yeah, because of the payload activation after it captures point B, they could have actually been able to stop that payload still.
Still, what a performance.
Fisher 2-0.
Still a performance from UO Esports Green that I think is
for sure
emblematic of their identity as a squad, and something to pay a lot of attention to in this series. So yeah, definitely a lot of credit to UO Esports despite being down 0-2. For Fisher, I mean, they've got the micro gameplay, they've got the macro gameplay, but their willingness to overstep their boundaries a little bit continues to make itself known all these years later. So we'll see if they can continue or if they can shore that up. But at the moment, they are 2-0, 1 map away from closing the series down.
Yeah, before we go up to map 3, we're going to take a little bit of a break to give UO Green and even Fisher some time to strategize for the next map pick. It's going to be Escort, of course. See you right after in a couple of minutes. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for maybe the last map, but definitely the third map. This series is Legends West between Fisher College and University of Oregon's Green Team. Well, fun. We've seen two maps. They were both very different, but also had a very similar theme between them. That is that Fisher likes to play aggressive.
Yeah, and I mean, the counterpoint is that University of Oregon plays a very cohesive, very technical, very determined style overall, right? Does not overstay their welcome, does not over aggress, and just plays, as a 5-player stack. So they were able to get 5 points on Kings Row, not quite able to close out the map, but did make it close, and obviously did have that 100-0 on Lijiang Tower as well. So it's not out of the realm of possibility for them to make a comeback here. Though, as I said, it will have to be a little bit more efficient if they want to try and close out this map. Which, speaking of, we do head to Escort, and it is going to be Circuit Royale.
Circuit Royale, and with the Widowmaker action that we saw a little bit of on Kings Row, if that continues here, could be a fascinating duel between Forgotten as well as Putter that were putting out the Widow headshots. But there's a lot more, of course, to Circuit Royale than just saying, oh, here you have some snipers. There's also potential for some interesting tank play. Reinhardt being back in the meta could be a thing, but we've seen a lot of Sigma here mostly. So that's what I'm looking for. Could be some other picks. Sometimes teams have different preferences, but talking about this level of play, there is a meta component to it that teams will usually follow.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of tank selections, we've actually had fairly limited tank play this game, right? It's been almost entirely Reinhardt with a little bit of Doomfist from Avoni on Kings Row A-point defense on the first half. So, clearly, even if we do get a different role or a different tank selection heading into this map, it'll be out of the ordinary for this game, right? It is not something that we've seen a ton of. So, definitely an element, whether they play new tanks or they go back to the tried and true that they've showcased up to this point. Both ways will require an element of changing what we've seen in terms of expectations on Circuit Royale. So interesting to kind of have that in mind, especially because over the course of, I'd say, the last 3 or so weeks, mobility compositions have been very prominent, right? We haven't seen a ton of Brawl relative to the last patch, so it's been kind of interesting to see how that has evolved.
Yeah, even though that being said, Reinhardt, of course, has been put into a very strong state for what Reinhardt has been over the past years.
Yeah.
So that is something to look out for. But we did also have some very Reinhardt-centric maps. Lijiang Tower and Kings Row, both very good to play Reinhardt on, especially when you don't have those long sightlines going on and those more enclosed spaces. But going to a map like Circuit Royale, there is a lot more of those long sightlines. We might see Reinhardt come back for the last point if we get into the actual casino at the end, or the hotel, as we might call it. But before that, we do expect a little bit more range, a little bit more flexibility in that shield. And of course, the Raphidic Flux, the rocks, the Kinetic Grasp. There are the Sigmas on the chosen fields already. Of course, it's going to be Fisher College in the blue on the defense, starting out Avani on the Sigma, Abe on the Hanzo, Forgotten on the Widowmaker, and then Neb and Abs on the Baptiste and Zenyatta, respectively. Looks like we're going to get a full mirror matchup, something we haven't seen a ton of between these teams. A little bit of a variety here and there. They've been close to mirroring, and sometimes actually mirroring.
I will actually say it's still a little bit not out of the ordinary, because Cape does play the Hanzo, but historically I believe Fisher has actually liked running the Sojourn Widow. In fact, we saw Cape hover over the Sojourn in spawn, so the fact they're moving over to the true double sniper is an interesting look. Forgotten goes over the top, but Putter was checking them, and Forgotten quickly ducked right back down.
Both be grappling and snappling a lot with those Widow's kisses. Going to be Putter that receives the first kiss in the head from Forgotten. No good night's kiss just yet. They do have a little bit of a map to play, maybe more. But it's a good start, at least, for Fisher to put the pressure on that corner.
I will say, despite Putter's performance on King's Row, the edge still does go down to Forgotten, right? Forgotten is,
Sure.
in this matchup, one of the strongest Widowmakers we have, and defensively, you have more advantage on the high ground, right? You get to take, you know, more passive angles. You don't have to aggress nearly as heavily, and in fact, there you can see, Forgotten has the whole room to work for, and just takes Putter out once again, because Putter has to take such, you know, swing wider to get angles on the Widowmaker.
I does feel that this is one of the few maps where the defensive Widowmaker actually has that advantage of having fewer angles to check as well. You can hold a lot more, like, hold the same angle, because there isn't really a lot of other places the enemy Widowmaker can come from.
Exactly.
And there aren't a lot of other maps that are like that currently in Overwatch.
Yeah, on this first choke point, I believe there's only 5 places you have to look if you're a defensive Widow. And 2 of them, you don't even have to move your physical position to cover, so.
So far, Forgotten to once again get that ultimate off first. Putter is barely halfway through theirs. So another clean fight win, it looks like, from Fisher. A bit of a chase down on THL, but that's about it. Team kill. Fisher wants to go home. It looks like they're not wanting to give up any room here. That cart's barely moved 50 meters.
Yeah, and I mean for Oregon, the other issues that they had to mirror the amplification matrix, right? So they don't even have an ult advantage in that sense.
That's a good pick, though. Magician out early from Forgotten. Always. You think there might be an opportunity to trade something back? They do find NEP, which is a pretty big thing in terms of healing. They have to use their own Transcendence to stop the Graphitic Flux. The overextension from Fisher might be punished here. Forgotten is very low, so is Avani. They don't have a lot of healing left because Apps had fallen too. That's just a Sigma and a Widowmaker against the world. They're not going to be able to do much.
Watch here.
Whereas Fisher College, as we have sort of come to see them in these last couple of maps.
At some point they overextend.
At some point they overextend, and hey, University of Oregon do punish. So credit to them for that. There is an opportunity to recontest here. Fisher College, they obviously didn't overcommit. They still have the Dragon Strike to apply to the objective, and with that Infrasight denied with a well-timed headshot from Forgotten, they will in fact have the point.
We're close to that first objective, but they're not quite there, and with 43 seconds on the clock, this is about their last chance to properly have a shot at it. Nice corner dive from Magician. Will finally get taken out by the Hyperspheres from Avani. Cave is looking for that flank on the Hanzo. Indoors will have to back off. That's a good Graphitic Flux setup. Not get taken out, not get rocked, but the Transcendence is of course there to answer. They just wanted to wait if they could stun it out, but they couldn't. The Amplification Matrix of NEP, they have plenty of firepower to fire back. 10 seconds on the clock. Can anyone actually make it is the question. Pyukumuku goes over to the Wrecking Ball, so they might be able to. We have the Genji as well from Magician up in this corner. They will make it to the objective. They can't quite push it in. Of course, someone will contest in time, and the Wrecking Ball is going to take too much damage to actually keep this going for long. There's a couple of kills happening on the background, though. The rest of the team might come back. They might be able to heal up or at least avenge the Wrecking Ball. And with the Sigma using their Graphitic Flux, there's an opportunity to potentially push the cart underneath. Nope, there's still a Neb on the cart. With all the kills coming back into the kill feed for Varsity. Fisher College going to be able to take that round without a capture for UO Esports Green. That's a very strong win condition.
Yeah, that was such a close fight, though. I mean, UO Esports, they nearly forced the issue with that sudden swap to the dive, right? We saw the Wrecking Ball. Tragically for UO Esports, though, is that the Graphitic Flux caught multiple members and forced the supports to walk forward to be the one to touch the objective, which obviously also evaporated the healing that was required, and UO Esports just run out of resources at the tail end. Still, progress was earned, and I mean, considering how Fisher College had that first point, like the first third on lockdown, to get this far, I think is definitely a highlight, or at least something to work off of for University of Oregon. It's not a death sentence yet. They still have an opportunity here to try and force this fight. We'll go back to the composition they opened up with. And, I mean, Putter, when given the space, has had opportunity to make this Widowmaker work. And as we sort of touched on at the beginning, you know, you have the, at least some advantage with that defensive setup now, with that high ground that you control. So have to make the most of it. A lot of pressure goes on the hit scan here for University of Oregon.
University of Oregon, they have to do a very close hold, very aggressive hold. This corner is pretty much the closest you dare hold on this map, because of course, look at all this open space. Where are you going to hide? Where are you going to have any cover? Well, nowhere. I see some teams try to hold in that forward room on the left there where Cape currently entered, but that's usually not going to be a very long hold. We are going to be back between Forgotten and Putter. Let's see who gets this elimination. Does Forgotten also have this disadvantage as the offensive Widowmaker? And look how far up they pushed already, Lafon. They've barely been able to hold them at a corner at all. It's already this super aggressive posture from Fisher as we're used to. And Yuo Green is getting completely overrun here. Avani, the monster on the Sigma, used the Hyperspheres to be hyper aggressive as well. And that is just going to be, well, almost checkpoint A already. That's the first fight won. And they're just pushing into the spawn. This is Fisher at their finest.
Yeah, the difference here is the fact that there is a Mei, right? The Fisher don't make this a poke composition. Instead, they wall off Pyukumuku and just rush them down. And while Putter's trying to work that 1v1 from afar, there's no one to really contest. And
we'll find
assist.
Forgotten eventually, but can anyone get on the point? The answer is yes. There's a dash. Genji just gets there with the Wrecking Ball. And with a little bit of power, they might be able to push back Fisher, but nope, it's Avani once again together with Abs and Neb. Butter does find the other DPS, but it's not enough. That payload will get there into the golden box of victory, and Fisher, finally in overwhelming confidence and fashion, takes down Yo Esports Green with a 3-0 victory.
I mean, just a read here that is kind of tough when you're defending and you only have 1 point. It's a good setup by Fisher College, right? Having that Mei. You isolate the Cassidy, or so you isolate the Sigma, and there's no one to really support the tank player. And so while the DPS try and just force get that elimination from afar, there's no one to keep the tank up. And when you only have to capture 1 point, it's something that it plays really well. If that map had gone further, maybe the Mei's not nearly as effective, but we never had that question to ask, right? So Fisher College, they do get the 3-0, they do get the full hold. And the University of Oregon will, alas, drop their first series of the season.
Yeah, at least the record they're now even, but of course that is also a strength of schedule issue. If Oregon goes up against Northwood, we might get a very similar result as we saw from Fisher. Fisher, of course, now also with a 2-1, so they're both going into week number 4, like again, equal record, but Fisher does feel pretty good about this win at least.
Yeah.
Oregon back to the drawing board. There was definitely some good points what they were doing there. But Fisher, just with the overwhelming strength in mechanics and individual skill, looking a little bit too strong of an opponent today.
Yeah, I mean, still time though, right? It's not season is not nearly over and done with. And with that being said, I mean, I've been impressed with University of Oregon's gameplay as a team, and clearly a squad that has provided a ton of practice. So looking forward to see what they bring next time.
Yeah, congrats and also good luck to their coaching staff as well. Of course, their back end support, seeing what they can make and mold further into these young individuals. As we look into the future of NECC, of course, this was the end of the broadcast for this today. There's still some matches going on the other stream, so don't forget to hop over there if you want to see the end point of those matches still going on. We have Tiny and Billy giving you the action. For now, though, that was it for me and Lafon. Of course, also a big thanks behind the scenes to Hippie and Bryce, giving us some beautiful graphics overlays as well as the observing. And thank you all for watching, and maybe see you next week.